Good morning, everybody. Or good afternoon, I should say. No, it's probably still morning. I guess technically it's only about 8:15. Over on the West Coast, which is where this is happening. What's up, guys? Data Center Dude, Nick Howell here. We've been watching a lot of Cloud Field Day the last couple of days. I guess starting yesterday. We watched a lot of Cloud Field Day over in the Discord yesterday. Lots of good chat. Lots of good conversations. Lots of good commentary. If you guys aren't in there yet, you're missing out. It's a good time. Throw a little linky link here in the chat so you guys can come join us, because it's turning into something that I never thought it could. It's becoming a really actually, that's not true. It's kind of turning into what I had hoped it would become, and now we just need to grow it. It's becoming a place for technologists to come together, and I've seen almost none. I mean, I'm about the only one that's perpetrated any sort of, vendor bias, frankly. And I've in the early days, and I corrected that, and it has turned into, we have people from all the cloud providers, we have people from all the vendors, we have people, just all of the technologists all sort of coming together. We're up to almost 250 people now. And if you think about that, that's a huge chunk of the greater technologist community that's out there. So definitely come and join us in Discord. We talk about gaming, we talk about hardware, we talk about audio video, we talk about just how you're staying sane in these times. So we've got some big plans for virtual events for the second half of the year and beyond. From a community perspective, nothing to do really with vendors, more about their specific events maybe, if nothing else. But we're going to pilot a bunch of new stuff for VMworld. And you can go over to my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/datacenterdude, and watch a live stream from last Friday between me and Jeremiah Dooley. And we're working on implementing some of the things in Discord as we speak that you guys aren't really seeing. A lot of that's going to start taking shape in a practical sense today. So if you're already in the Discord, heads up, we're going to be adding some roles and shaping some things a little bit differently. So just a heads up, I'll be sure to communicate with you guys everything we're changing as we do that. But yeah, we've got about 10 minutes here before the presentations at Cloud Field Day are supposed to continue. We're going to be kicking things off with an hour and a half from Morpheus Data. Really good stuff. And then we're going to be following that up with an hour and a half from NetApp. Now, we've got a half an hour to kill in between the two presentations. And I thought, well, we can do one of two things. We can rap about, it depends on how active chat is today. Hope you guys are showing up big. Keep things lively for me. But we can do a couple of, we can chat about what we just watched, which is what I hope we will. The Discord chat has been great and very lively, so please bring that over here as well. Or we can play some games. We can do whatever you guys want to do while we wait for the break between presenters. So yeah, it's a bit of an awkward dynamic doing these watch parties sometimes. You kind of have to pick and choose because nobody can stream 12 hours a day worth of content. I guess unless you're Asmongold doing it to 65,000 people 6 days a week, which is crazy to me to think that that's even a thing. But yeah, we're gonna watch Morpheus Data, then we're gonna watch NetApp. I believe NetApp is gonna be talking about Google Cloud pretty heavily. We've got some new solutions and technology. You guys might have seen the videos I've been working on the last couple of months that are hitting the NetApp YouTube channel. Let's see what else is going on. And we've got some more of this tomorrow as well. If we look at the agenda here, let's see. Yesterday we had Veeam, Aruba Networks, Igneous, HashiCorp. Today we had we just watched Diamante in the Discord, and now we're gonna watch Morpheus Data and NetApp over here. And then tonight we've got a big one, big presentation. Is that really 1 to 4:30? Is that 3.5 hours? From just Fortinet? Wow. Okay. So tomorrow we get Infrascale, Zerto, and Cumulo. So it's going to be a good time. We will be watching we will watch the Fortinet one later, and we'll watch the other three tomorrow over in Discord. So again, make sure you get in there because we are going to be watching them all. Got to watch them all. What else is going on? Big things. Whenever the VMworld stuff, again, there's much more news on that coming soon. We just need probably another few days, another week maybe. Sort some things out. In case you aren't familiar, VMware came out and said they were going to charge $300 for a lot of the community activities a few weeks ago when they opened registration. And there were a lot of us pretty much universally across the community, and even some internal folks at VMware were like, no, we didn't see this coming. We had no idea. And it seems like they're monetizing all of the things that they'll give you all the product marketing stuff for free, but it seems like they're monetizing all of the things that are what you would normally attend outside of the event. Opening acts, VM Underground, vRockstar, what else am I thinking of? Any of the networking events put on by third-party vendors, hanging out at the Chieftain for night after night, just rapping with your colleagues and your friends. The family reunion aspect is lost, and I want to bring it back. We want to bring it back. So we're gonna try and do that in a virtual sense in our Discord community, and we're gonna have lots of activities. We're gonna staff it. We're gonna have different channels for the different groups that are staffed, and there's going to be hopefully V-experts. We're looking at putting together a complete slate of, activities, things that are going to be going on, whether that's birds of a feather conversation, whether that's the second chance presentations. If you didn't get a presentation accepted or an abstract accepted to VMworld, we're going to give you a chance to present it, and we're going to formalize that in a way that you can submit that, and we'll schedule it, and you can have your own voice channel and present that to the group. So we're going to facilitate all kinds of things. We have to get a lot of the framework laid before we can start putting together a sort of schedule, a slate of events. So hang tight on that. We will be getting word on that out very, very soon. Hopefully by the end of next week, we'll have all of our ducks in a row, but we're still putting the final touches on it as we speak. Oh, okay. What do we got? 5 more minutes, 6, 7 more minutes. All right. So what do we know about Morpheus Data? Let's take a peek here. Morpheus Data. No ad. Morpheus Data. So they want to eliminate silos, standardize multi-cloud management, and enable DevOps self-service. So inside the walls of NetApp, we refer to this as sort of application-driven infrastructure. And personally, I think that things are changing in a way where things are going to be driven from the top down. In some way, whether it's an SRE or whether it's a developer testing code, things are going to start being driven from the top down instead of a pool of resources being allocated from the bottom up that people can leverage. That you're going to see this level of automation and sort of central universal control plane. I think the universal control plane is the next big frontier in tech, because things have become so splintered and microserviced and containerized and multi-clouded that we need one interface. So you see some of the stuff that we're doing with Astra. You see some of the stuff that we've seen presentations on the last 24 hours over on Cloud Field Day. So there's a lot of these things that OpenShift is making changes. We're seeing the cloud providers shift into some of these sort of dynamics. So I see Morpheus potentially as one of these things. It's a sort of marketplace, it would seem. I admittedly don't know that much about them, but they've got some big names on their NASCAR slide, and they've got a lot of really good reviews, and everything I hear about them is all good things. So I'm curious. That's why I wanted to watch this one today. I didn't want to just come across as the NetApp shill watching this one, the one that's going to be after this. I wanted to include something else as well. And this is going to be very good. I have a feeling. I have high hopes for this one. So that's why I picked it. Let's see. So we should be getting started here momentarily. Supposed to start at 8:30 Pacific, 11:30 Eastern. Let me double check that, make sure that hadn't changed. Yep. So another 3 or 4 minutes here. Should see Steven coming on. But hey, chat, say hi if you're here. This is one too I'd like to try out. Yeah, James. Absolutely. It's definitely got my attention. If we look at what the actual platform is, you can see that it's sort of a policy-driven architecture, which I really like. Full life cycle, containers, VMs, code. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's a really solid universal control plane approach here. That's what I'm hoping it is, at least. I'm kind of drawing my own conclusions based on what I've read and heard about them. But it looks like it's deploy, operate, and scale. It's got a really nice looking UI. Can we see that? Oh, yeah, we can blow that up. Let me go here. Let me know if you guys can see that okay. Hey, Drew, what's up, man? Sometimes the live from Vimeo auto starts, and sometimes it takes a refresh to wake it up. So is it... Okay. Man, I see operations, provisioning, infrastructure, backups, logs, monitoring, administration. They have, yeah, it looks like there's a ton of stuff going on here. So I'm anxious to see what we get into, what they decide to present today. This is one of those that probably you can't cover in an hour and a half. You'd probably need a full day EBC to really get the depth. It's really nice looking though. Brad followed me on Twitter earlier today. Hi, Brad. Thanks for the follow, man. So I believe he's, what was he? I thought he did. Where was it? I guess they didn't show up in my notifications. It should. Am I just missing it? Huh. Oh well. Yeah, so Morpheus, again, it's one of these things where I think I know what it's going to be. I have an idea, but I don't really know what I don't know. It's one of those things where I'm anxious to see what it turns into. But I mean, these are some names over here. I mean, you've got it's that universal control plane that we all kind of pine for. Dare I say, single pane of glass. Curious about the similar to VRA, but perhaps a bit better. Man, if it's what I think it is, if it's what this picture right here depicts, it's a lot more than VRA. CI/CD. I can't wait to get to the point where every company has a Discord server. It's coming. I promise it's coming. All right. All right, it's 8:30, 11:30. Let's make sure we're not missing this here. Is there anything in particular you guys are interested in looking at from Morpheus? Anything from NetApp that I can send to them, specific to Google Cloud? I think they're presenting on Google Cloud today. I'm not sure. I wasn't invited. I haven't been part of the conversation. I've been busy making videos and stuff. So. What happened to the music? Oh, just between songs. What do you guys think of the new synthwave? You like the music? It's good stuff. Let me see if this link still works. Come on, bot. Work. Oh, I should change that link, though. Yeah, it does work. He has an official website now at streambeats.com there's lo-fi beats, there's synthwave, there's EDM, there's rock is on the way. I think he said by the end of July he's gonna have some more, but he dropped 4 albums last week. 2 EDM albums and 2 synthwave albums. It's incredible. And it's all, you can use it all for your YouTube videos, commercial or not. You can use it for streaming. And he has Spotify, YouTube, Apple Music, Tidal, all of the services. It's out on everywhere. And he's gone to the great lengths to make sure that it's whitelisted with Twitch, YouTube, rest in peace Mixer. Facebook's the only one that's really giving him any trouble because they just don't have their shit together. But yeah, free music, guys. And it's extremely high quality, very high produced, really good stuff. Can't recommend it enough. I've been listening to the Synthwave album all week. Actually, I started over the weekend. And I really haven't listened to anything else in the last 5 days, except what you're listening to now. It's just so good. It focuses you in on stuff. Come on, where are we at, guys? Has this started yet? Nope. Interesting. Oh, Tech Field Day, running a few minutes late. Uh-oh. So we just got a tweet, alert, streaming issues delaying the start of the Morpheus Data presentation. Stick with us. Okay. Good to know. We'll give that a little retweet bump. Where'd it go? Oh, right now? Nope, not yet. Well, he just tweeted that 3 minutes ago. Come on. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Very, very important phone call. Oh, I just got my YouTube notification. Thanks, YouTube. 20 minutes ago. I swear, if YouTube woke up tomorrow morning and decided to make live streaming as much of a priority as videos and basically just treat it as a first-class citizen, implement some things that viewers love about Twitch, the level of interaction from emotes and bits and subs and all of those things that people love about Twitch. If Google just, if YouTube just woke up and just decided to do it, Twitch would be done. They can't even get alerts right. You got the email at 11:06. You see the alert on my... Yeah. So I think I brought it online at 11:30... No. 11:05, I think is when I brought it online. So you got the email. I just got the email. From 30, 40 minutes ago. It's up. Oh, thank you, Jason. See, sometimes you have to refresh. There we go. Let me get Spotify up and voice meter. There we go. Yeah, volume. Yep.
All right, folks. Sorry about that little delay there. We had a little technical issue getting the live stream up and running. Looks like things are working now, so we're going to go ahead and get started here with Morpheus. I'm Stephen Foskett, your host for Cloud Field Day. I'd like to welcome all of the viewers watching online. If you're joining us on Twitter, use hashtag CFD8. You can tag me at sfoskett if you have any questions about what's going on here or what just happened, and I'd be happy to tell you. You can also find a live viewing party apparently on YouTube. I'll tweet about that. But without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to the folks from Morpheus. So we're going to go for about an hour and a half starting now. So Brad, Prime Image, everything ready?
I'm ready.
Good to go, yep.
All right. Give them the thumbs up.
Sounds good. If we're good to go. Thanks, Stephen. Thanks, everybody, for being online. It's our third Cloud Field Day. Really excited to be here. Wish it could be in person, but impressed with everything the Field Day team's done to pull this thing together. We're going to do 4 different sessions today. So I'm going to cover first a little bit of an intro, and then we're going to walk through, spend most of the time doing more show, less tell. So a lot of demo, a lot of discussion with the technologists in the room. But
now we're talking.
First, a little bit of context, since several of the delegates, actually most of them here in this morning session, haven't been on one of our previous field days. I just want to do a little bit of a Morpheus 101 and specifically dig into this concept of hybrid cloud application orchestration and kind of unpack that a little bit. So I'm Brad Parks. Again, sticker and t-shirt designer is what my daughter thinks I do all day. So I went with that on the title. You can see me at Morpheus Dude if you want to hit me up online. So last year when we did this, I used a reference to kind of establish this concept of cloud, in our vernacular. And yesterday when I was meeting with Dave Estes, he asked what my Princess Bride reference was going to be this year. It is the movie by which
sticker
I think
and t-shirt designer. I like that.
Explained, but I decided to mix it up, and this year went with something else. I don't know if any of the delegates in the room know this one. It's a little esoteric. It's a little weird if you're a David Bowie fan, but
Yes.
This quote may have been
nerding
from
out right now.
the last guy who tried to navigate provisioning his application in a hybrid cloud environment, or could have been from the main character in The Labyrinth. So for those of you who guessed Labyrinth, you're on point.
Yay!
Labyrinth is a pretty good way to describe what Morpheus sees when we're dealing with large enterprises and service providers every day when it comes to modernizing applications and navigating the complex set of infrastructure tasks that it takes to go
Look at that
from
slide.
a development team, a business unit wanting a thing, right, to getting back what they requested. At its heart, a lot of that is what's been driving public cloud growth over the last decade is people just tired of waiting to navigate.
Good Lord, that's scary to look at because it's so real.
Infra, right? It's not just rack and stacking an HCI node or cloning a VM, right? It is the end-to-end operational complexity of every tool, every process, every team that has to touch those service requests. And as companies have, expressed aspirational desires to
that hits home really hard.
Software companies, it's just shined a giant spotlight on the train wreck and technical debt that is in a lot of well-established enterprises. So that's, nothing new to this delegate panel, nothing new, I'm sure to a lot of the folks on the stream, but it is surprisingly or not still something we bump into every day at very large name brand companies. It's a constant problem. And it's not just the tooling and the time that it takes. When you think about the different folks who are engaged in that hybrid IT landscape, you've got development teams, right, who are worried about releases per day, getting its speed and agility, obviously. Their kind of control plane or a lot of their optic, they're struggling with, how do we embrace and get to infrastructure as code? How are we managing platform transitions? On the kind of traditional IT or cloud ops side, right, just the pace of change has been very difficult. It's something we still see skills gaps as people are struggling with navigating on-premises changes as well as public clouds. The tooling that often comes to bear there is, you get traditional VM automation, things like vRealize. You got, hey, do I just go public cloud native? But what do I do when I've got 2 or 3 different teams using 2 or 3 different clouds? Then, my guys have to learn, different ways to slice and dice the world. Where and how do we fit that mix? Finance, certainly in the economic reality we're living with in mid-2020, finance has an even stronger view of, where workloads should land and what the economics are of that. What's the tooling that they use to navigate multi-cloud and hybrid cloud, and then security. You can't forget the cost of non-compliance. What we see when we're engaging with very large enterprises is there is a ton of overlap in a lot of these technologies. And as I was a customer 15 years ago, long enough I can't even relevantly call myself technically oriented from a customer perspective, but I wouldn't want to be one today, because I think if I navigate the various websites and vendor speak from infra as code folks, from container technologies, from CMPs, from VM automation companies. They all look and sound very, very similar. And I think that's because there are so many different ways to knit together the workflows and the handoffs between technology components and between all of the people that are engaged. So what I'd like to spend a little bit of time is just kind of going through our, our own point of view and kind of how we approach that. So first of all, we fundamentally believe there has to be a different approach than, stringing together these disconnected things via a mountain of manual scripting and just human middleware. Too often we see two different conversations happening.
Humans as middleware. I like it.
There's the kind of cloud conversation, where things live, and the platform conversation, how are they structured? And we think too often those are kind of thought of separately. A little bit on where we got our start and why why we're relevant here. We didn't start, as a product company trying to monetize or fit a given market segment. Dave Estes, who's on the line, will be with us in a couple of the sessions, one of our co-founders. He and about 30 of his compatriots started out as a engineering transformation team inside a $1.5 billion private equity company. And they spent about a decade transforming IT at companies that were being bought and sold to make them more efficient, modernize their apps, apply governance, and do it very, very quickly with a very lean operating model. As they engaged in that mission, they just didn't find a lot of the tools that they needed to go get their job done. So they spent close to 10 years and tens of thousands of app deployments creating tooling for themselves to not get in each other's way and to move very quickly. It was only about 5 years ago that Morpheus kind of took that DNA and kind of sprang out of it. And some of the things that kind of are core to our thought process, right? First, cloud is an experience. It's something that's elastic and on demand. It's not bespoke to on-prem, public, or edge. It's a way of consuming infra and deploying apps. First, everyone's a snowflake, or second, everyone's a snowflake, right? Every company that we walk into has a slightly different view of how they string together those workflows. And then, last, it's an ongoing effort. You can't just think about your world as my greenfield container deployment or just my VM infrastructure. You're constantly updating these platform technologies. So that gets to Morpheus, right? What's our ethos? What are we about? So we're all about hybrid cloud, app orchestration. And when we think about that from a category perspective, we have a foot in, what is often categorized as cloud management, and I'm going to unpack that. And we have a foot in the continuous automation space. It doesn't make it neat and tidy from a, Gartner nomenclature MQ perspective, but when we're engaging with customers, I think it is what makes us relevant when they're trying to tackle the sum of the parts that I was highlighting earlier. Those workflows, those teams, and that tooling spans enough domains that you have to think about things a little bit differently.
Yep. If you try to please Gartner, you won't please your customers,
we want
and
to shine
vice
a
versa.
spotlight technically over the next 90 minutes and in some of the other sessions. First, we're a unified platform. We do bring together the elements in a unique way so that you're not having to bounce all around, either as teams or as tools. Second, we're agnostic. I think multi-cloud, hybrid cloud, I've seen and read, a lot of the delegates here have done a lot of talking around hybrid versus multi. I think it's a reality that you're going to get whether you consciously walked into it or not as an enterprise, just by virtue of, M&A, different teams doing different things. It's here, and you have to have a structure that lets you deal with that at scale. And then lastly, I want to highlight kind of where we are as a platform technology in terms of responding to change. We do a lot of things out of the box. It's honestly one of the things that makes us great, but we're also very modular,
that cloud
very
jacket.
Responsive, and have a rich automation engine to build from to round out the edges and to deal with the unexpected, because there's always something unexpected. So I mentioned personas earlier. When we kind of think about who we talk to in these large accounts, we often play organizational psychologist as much as we do, tech vendor, because you got silos, you got infighting, you got different perspectives. I want to kind of walk through who we deal with and what parts of the stack we're going to kind of expose to them and what kind of value we can bring. And core to everything we do is, the classic IT function, or, what's now, the guys doing the cloud operations, both building successfully, I'll say, private clouds, as well as standardizing how teams deal with an increasing number of public clouds. So we'll shine a spotlight in the technical demos on how we're able to very, very quickly turn hypervisor stacks, bare metal stacks into private clouds, applying some of that same automation and simplicity to Kubernetes management, and turning all of that ultimately into a service catalog experience that can be consumed via API, CLI, GUI, ITSM tool, whatever the trigger is, providing that out. But other folks have a stake in that hybrid cloud infra, as highlighted earlier. Security, we've got to have the right governance around those cloud endpoints, the right tenancy model, lifecycle policy, all the way down to actual, security scanning. So we're going to shine a spotlight in the demos around what we're bringing to bear to address the needs of the security function. They may not be going into Morpheus as their primary day-to-day work engine, but we need to make sure their hierarchy of needs is met if you're going to successfully navigate, hybrid IT as an enterprise. And the third persona that really has a stake in this is the dev team. Adam Hicks, our field CT, who's going to be on a little bit later. I'm going to steal one of his one-liners. He often says Morpheus is a gift that the IT team buys for their dev teams, right? It gets IT out of the way, but we have to do that in a structure that really meets developer needs. Oftentimes, tooling is too biased towards any one of these personas. Classic IT might love it, but the dev team's going to shy away because it's not meeting their needs in their pipeline, or it's being very opinionated and forcing them to do something they may not want to do. So
tooling is the new sprawl.
Spotlight in the demo on how we're addressing the needs of the development community. And then lastly, I mentioned earlier, finance, has a stake in everything, even more now than 6 months ago. So some of the capabilities we want to highlight is, discovering brownfield instances in these messy environments, helping to just clean that up, ingest, optimize, manage their projects, get to showback or shadeback,
just keeps going
on where you
like
are.
It eventually grew out of the screen.
These are the kind of the personas that we think about that are consuming the Morpheus platform. And over the course of the follow-on sessions, we're going to pick these apart and go into kind of the technical depth of how we're delivering on those feature sets. So that's.
Brad, I have a quick question. Yeah. So you're talking about at least 4 different areas in which you operate. Is this a single product, or are they 4 different products deployed on premise?
It's a good question. We are a single product. We do have a very modular licensing architecture, and honestly, we've kind of gone back and forth a little bit. I'll be kimono open. Right? We can turn on and off pretty much every part of the stack by license. And so we're trying to find a balance between death by 1,000 cuts, classic enterprise software licensing model, and all-inclusive. Today, we are deployed all-inclusive, but we have people who consume different pieces of the stack. The one thing I'd say, though, is core to all of our deployments, managing private cloud and public cloud and turning that into a self-service catalog experience is the common denominator. Don't think about these as bespoke product stacks. I know, other vendors do, right? They've got totally different development teams doing disconnected things. These are the consumers of our stack. And when we go through the demo, I think you'll see how they really have to be tied together coherently to get to an effective platform strategy as an enterprise. And so that's something I'll commit to paying off, or I'll write a check that the smarter guys in the session are going to have to go pay off. But if we're grounded in this concept of self-service, we need to meet the needs of, that SecOps team, but we're not going to be a specific tool for him, right? We need to aggregate the data and provide an interface for the finance team, but we're not a FinOps tool. So don't conflate these personas with kind of product, if you will.
Okay.
No, I like it.
Makes sense? And hopefully more as we go through.
I got a question. So you said earlier that you're multi-cloud and hybrid cloud. Mm-hmm. So I see that you talk about the on-prem and private clouds. And you just say standardized public cloud as a singular. Do you support multi-cloud environment in conjunction with the private cloud, or how does that work?
Yeah, so kind of one layer down, I guess, from a abstraction model and the different automation elements we're going to touch on in the demo. We've built out abstractions for just about every piece of that, application lifecycle and the different pieces that have to be touched to bring an application service to life, or application centric in that way, not specific to a VM or a Kubernetes or anything else. But we've built out these abstractions and then out of the box integrations into most of the tooling that we see in data centers today. So this represents kind of how people are bringing those application stacks to life. The other dimension to your question is, where are those being provisioned into? And we support, arguably the broadest set of cloud endpoints of anyone in this space. And when we say cloud, right, back to kind of NIST definition, elastic and on demand, right? So that could be and should be your vSphere environment, right? Should be AHV, could be a bare metal cluster, definitely as things like Kubernetes and OpenStack. So a lot of our customers are using us, dominated by their on-prem workloads, but at the same time, we're gonna give them a lens to standardize how they're provisioning into
that's an interesting perspective to have, that's not specific at all, but is in the same way.
So I do want to wrap through this real quick and get to the technical meat, but I'll pause kind of at the end and see if we have any other just target market, audience, category type questions as we go through. I only bring this up not because Gartner stats are what makes field day delegates giddy, but more to shine a spotlight on when they did their analysis, which they did for the first time last year. There were 90 different vendors that kind of self-identified as having some piece of cloud management. It is probably one of the ugliest and messiest markets that I've ever been a part of as a customer or vendor. And it's interesting when you look at the use cases that come out when we're talking to customers. It's definitely an area it's the Wild West. I kind of like it. It's fun as a guy who likes telling stories, but as a customer, there's definitely a lot of ways to skin this cat. And so there are a lot of products, not just these on the screen, but really others that are in adjacencies that we integrate with that also have a stake in this, many of which you have been on field day. A couple other questions that always come up outside of just the product demo real quick. So we're not SaaS, right? We're a software install, right? We install on Linux. Most of our customers are installing it on-prem because that's where most of their workloads are. And then they're reaching up into their public cloud accounts. It takes about 15 minutes to install. It's very fast. After that, you're adding and integrating clouds, and we do that out of the box. We've got people, fully functioning in POCs with VMware in less than an hour. That's like, I'd be mad if it took more than that. We're licensed by, the app workload, right? We think about the app. So it's not, infra and
That's
IPs.
interesting.
It's how many application services are we managing? So that could be VMs, could be clustered VMs, could be container deployments, could be public cloud PaaS services. We normalize around the application service. And then I'd like you guys to go download it. So some way we talked about our last field day, and it got made real since then. So go get yourself some Morpheus and have a play and reach out and let us know how it goes.
So you can use 3 clouds and up to 25 workloads. That's plenty. Good Lord.
Hopefully that gets you going. That is all I've got from an intro perspective. I know I'm a little hot on time, but any other?
So install where you want. It's a Linux
questions
distro,
just on the company or where we fit. Otherwise, I'll.
So you could run it in an instance in any
floor
cloud or
to our tech team to
Raspberry Pi.
All right, let's go ahead and queue up the tech team. Brad,
yeah, Dan, that's what I read is so number of VMs.
The next presenter can bring up your share, and we'll keep going.
Awesome.
That's what I read into that as.
Those of you watching online, again, please do join us on Twitter. Use hashtag CFD8. And thank you for your patience as we fought a little bit of a battle there. I want to give some kudos to the fine folks over at Prime Image Video. And of course, Mr. Ben T. Gage on Twitter. Ben had a very clever idea and got us up and running in no time. So thank you everyone for making this thing work. Prime Image, how's the slides looking?
We're ready to go.
All right, go ahead.
Thanks, Stephen. Thanks, Brad. Great job. Good day, everybody. My name is Hisham Murad, and I'm the Director of Technical Marketing here at Morpheus Data. I'm also joined by David Estes, who is the co-founder and VP of Engineering. And so we're delighted to spend some time with you and discuss self-service around the personas of cloud ops and SecOps that Brad touched on earlier. So I really want to get into a couple of different areas here. Let me just make sure this advances. So what I want to do is really get into that more show, less tell, as Brad said. So I want to touch in on how do we establish governance and rollback access control in Morpheus. So we're going to touch on tenancies, roles, groups, policies. I also want to touch on self-service provisioning. So we'll go in and actually provision an instance, a service, if you will, and we'll go ahead and provision an application. And then lastly, I want to come in and touch on integration. So how do we make this all happen, right? So Brad, showed those different chevrons, if you will, around the circle there. How do we make that happen? So I'll be able to touch on that. And I'm not going to do it in this exact order. So I'll be kind of jumping in between some of these concepts, depending on where I am in the user interface. So let's go ahead, get started. And David, make sure I don't go too far down the rat hole on time here. So keep me honest, please, okay?
Sounds good.
Excellent. All right, so here we are. This is the Morpheus UI. And so I'm logged in and I actually have elevated right. So there's a lot of things that I can see here in all these different menu options. But I want to, again, jump in both on the governance and the self-service piece, and I want to show in that. But looking at this here, this gives me my quick operational dashboard. I can see the number of instances that are running. I can see my instances. My instances start with HM. That's my initial based on the naming policy that's in place. I can see that we have some issues that are open. I can see there's some log errors. Yes, we do logging in here as well. And I can see that over the last 7 days, I've had one failed backup. Maybe I should go take a look. And everything is being audited here to the max. So I can see everything here. And if I want more detail around what we're doing from an auditing and security perspective, it's all here in the activity area of the UI. But let's touch on multi-tenancy. Right, so we have a lot of customers that even within their own organization want to be able to provide, and build subtenants for different groups within their environments. But we also have a lot of customers who are MSPs. And MSPs, obviously, they have their own customers and they want to be able to provide tenants to each of their individual customers. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to administration and I will click on tenants. And you can see here, I have a number of different tenants. Morpheus is my master tenant that I'm in right now. But then I also have additional tenants here that are part of my list. Great. So how did these come about, right? It's really as simple as clicking on the Create Tenant button, providing some information here, defining a base role, if you will. So these are actually called tenant roles. So these are roles that we create that are specific to a tenant. And these roles essentially define all the privileges to the ceiling of that tenant. So most organizations, what they'll do, MSPs, for example, will have a master role, if you will, that will become the ceiling for each of their tenants. And then they will go in and define user roles to provide additional granular RBAC as part of that. And that's it. I just define and give it my currency based on the region or area I'm in. And then we're good to go. So here we are, we have our tenant. So I'm going to go in and show you the Pied Piper tenant. So I'll click on Pied Piper. And now here I can see a list of users. So I have the ability here to add local users, if you will. But what's really important is being able to tie into different identity providers. So here you can see there's a number of different identity sources that I can simply go in and add.
Oh, wow.
Right? So I can go in and add these sources. It's really as easy as defining it, providing the URL and the credentials, and then assigning some roles and mapping existing roles in the environment to different groups. So for example, if I choose Active Directory, Active Directory here, you'll see I can just simply go in and choose what AD groups do I want assigned to that. Great. So now I've defined my tenant. What's that experience look like? Again, as an administrator, right, I have elevated rights here. So one of the capabilities is I have the ability to go in and impersonate an individual in one of those tenants. So here I have, Richard Hendricks, he's the system administrator for this tenant. I have Dinesh, who's actually a developer. You know what, let me go ahead and go in as Dinesh. So I'm gonna go in and actually impersonate Dinesh. Now you'll notice something that's very obvious here. First of all, the branding, right? So complete branding and white labeling for each of the tenants, you can go ahead and do that. But you also notice that his menu options are much more restricted, right? So there's no administration, there's other menu options, there's sub-menu options that are all missing as part of this. And that's again, because we're restricting some of these part of the governance in Morpheus and the multi-tenancy.
This is
here.
really well put together,
so as
guys.
Dinesh has one instance. Again, he gets that full summary here. But Dinesh today wants to provision an application. So let's go ahead and show you what that experience looks like. So I'll click on provisioning. And here's my instances. So I can see the instances that are part of the group I'm in. So my manager, Richard Hendricks here, for example, has some instances in the environment. Dinesh only has one instance. But I'm going to go ahead and click on add. Now, one thing to note here is this is a very small list for Dinesh. Again, because I've restricted what Dinesh can see from the different instances. Now, this will make a lot more sense here momentarily where I go back and show the roles and how we define each of these capabilities and provide these capabilities to the tenants as well as the individual users as well, using the different user roles. So you know what, as Dinesh, I feel like provisioning an Nginx server here. I am going to click on next, but just before I do, I just wanted to point out that these icons indicate the technology. So you can see here, this icon says that, hey, this can be provisioned as a virtual machine, or it can be provisioned as a container. This one here, my CentOS, it can be provisioned as a virtual machine, or I can provision it to bare metal. So I have the ability to provision that to bare metal as well. Right, so this is a nice visual cue, if you will, in terms of where you're going, what are the things that you can do. So Nginx, I can do this as a VM, I can do it as a container. I'm going to click on next here. I'm only part of the development team, so we'll touch on groups in just a moment. But that's how we essentially think of groups as business groups, where you bring in individuals and the different clouds together as part of that. So you have your user roles, and you have the different clouds that you've actually
that makes sense
to. And I'm going to show you that in a moment as well. So
can I ask a quick question?
Please.
For the previous list where you have all the different,
I
don't know, let's call them runbooks for now, for the different products and the different deployment methods. Do you keep them regularly updated? Is that through a product update, or are they pointed somewhere else?
Yeah, great question. So those are
HBO
all
an investor? I'm not sure.
To different
Where'd you get that from?
repositories. We have a repository with some of those, so we actually keep those updated on the back end for you. And as a matter of fact, I'm getting a little ahead of myself here, but by default, we have over 50 plus different node types of services that you have. And when I exit back as Dinesh here, the developer, you'll see when I go in to show you that I have a much longer list of all those. But yes, we do keep those updated. And you have the ability to go in and copy and customize and do everything you want to in the library, which I'll point to briefly in a moment.
Okay, thanks. And just while I've got you, just one last one. When you showed the health around the compute stats and where you collected the logs, are you talking natively to the cloud provider, or do you have an agent running on the machines?
Oh, gotcha.
So we have an optional agent. So some of those metrics do require the agent, but the agent is completely optional. So if you decide that, hey, you don't want the agent has a very small footprint. And it takes very little utilization on the machines, but it does allow us to capture things like logs and other performance metrics as well. But remember, again, it is optional. You can choose to select that or not.
Okay, and you can talk to some of the native services if you needed to, like CloudWatch.
I'm going to touch on some of those here momentarily. And actually in the DevOps section, Adam is going to be touching in more detail around libraries and actually some of those cloud native services as well. So we'll get to that in a moment.
Okay.
I don't want to steal Adam's thunder.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome. So you can see here, as part of my group, you know what? I'm actually assigned 3 different clouds. I can provision to AWS. I can provision to my Nutanix private cloud. I can provision to my VMware private cloud as well. So you can see I have the different options. I can choose
Nice
whatever
agnostic
I want.
view
That's
there.
what I've been
I like
granted
that.
access to. I'm just going to go to my VMware cluster. You see here, there's a naming convention. It's actually grayed out. And the reason why it's grayed out is because my administrator, Richard, has put in a naming policy in place saying, hey, the naming for these is going to be like this.
Well,
right? And so it's actually been decided for me. I don't have an option to do that. I can put in an environment tag. I can add just a label on
that's
this.
the
if I
kind
want
of
to. I'm
stuff
just gonna
that
click on
nobody
next.
Nobody
And
thinks
now,
about.
one of the things that you see here, there's this layout.
It's the details.
So under
folks.
this configure section,
Bravo.
again, remember
Bravo,
I said we
Morpheus.
can do a container, we can do a VM, right? So here's the Nginx container. And very quickly, I can see some of the plans around that. I can see the pricing, which I'm going to touch on in just a second. But let me go ahead and switch that just to a virtual machine, right? I'm more comfortable right now with virtual machines. I haven't gotten too much into Kubernetes yet. I just want a VM. And you can see here, based on the plan, I can see the actual pricing. And not only can I see the pricing, but based on the clouds that I have access to and I can provision this to, I now can see a cloud comparison around pricing. We're going to touch more on pricing and give you some more details around that later, but you can see
Can
that
I build my own
information
pricing
here. So
models
really make,
if it's my own on-prem
good,
infrastructure so that I can do chargeback and things like that? That'd be,
Let's say I want to actually,
there we go.
you know what, I'm going to give it some extra memory. What the heck, right? And you can see the pricing just updated here for me and as well the other clouds. So let's go ahead, and I only have access to a couple of resource pools here. I'm going to choose the network I want this to land on. There are some additional things I can do, like under advanced options, I can do things like add tagging as well that will follow through. So if I want vSphere tags, AWS tags, GCP tags, etc., I can go ahead and do that. I'm going to click on next. I want to spend a moment on this. It's really important. Why? Because when it comes to provisioning, there's a lot of things that you typically want to do from a continuous automation perspective, right? So here, for example, under automation, I can go in and tie in workflows, right? And so I can tie in things like configuration management workflows, something like an Ansible playbook or Puppet or Chef, or I can actually create some of my own workflows that could be scripts or other things that I want to be able to execute as part of this provisioning process, right? I actually maybe want to deploy some software. You know what, Pied Piper, they actually have a compression application here. So maybe they want to actually deploy that application or some other application or a database, et cetera. You can actually deploy that as part of this. I can add a load balancer. I can do some scaling, right? So if I want to deploy the service and I want to define a scale and a threshold, I can go ahead and do that. I can tie in things like backups, right? So if I want, Veeam or Rubrik or whatever I've been assigned to as part of this, I can tie that in. So now not only do I actually provision this, but I can also make sure that I can back this up and again, bring more security to my environment. And lastly, when it comes to lifecycle management, I'll expand that really quickly here. I can go in and define a power schedule, right? So you could have a power schedule. So here's a power schedule called Dev Team Power Schedule. These things shut down at night and come back on and during the day if I wanted that. My administrator hasn't locked me in on that, so I can actually make that change. But notice for shutdown days and expirations, I'm locked in. There's nothing I can do here. It's going to shut down after 24 hours unless I actually extend it. And it's going to expire after 2 days, and it will end up deleting shortly after that.
Okay.
So I'm going to click on next. I actually see a summary here. If I want to deploy multiple copies of this service, I have the ability to simply expand options and say, hey, how many copies of this do I want? And then I'm just going to go ahead and
999,999.
And very quickly here, you can see that here it is. It's in my list. It's provisioning. That's what the blue indicates. It's actually in a provisioning status. And just very quickly, I will go ahead and actually show you that. So you can see here that 1, it's provisioning. And 2, remember I have that policy that's been dictated by my administrator. The instance is going to shut down in 24 hours, right? So I see that here. Great. But let me go back to instances. I've actually previously deployed some instances in the environment just to kind of be able to show you what can I do as a consumer after I actually deploy this. So very quickly, I'm going to select one of these instances that I own as Dinesh. So I can see the status. I can see the health of this machine.
This makes me want to run it on my iPad.
Available. I can see performance metrics like CPU, memory, and storage. I have some additional details. Oh,
it feels like that was a design decision.
Take a look at a few more things here. But before I do, let me show you day 2 actions. Okay, I want to be able. I own these resources, right? So I have the ability and I'm allowed to provision these resources. I want to be able to do things like shut it down, start it, you know, I want to be able to maybe run a workflow. I want to be able to reconfigure it, maybe add some resources, right? So there's a lot of great capabilities from a day 2 actions perspective. But again, we give you additional information here. I'm just going to scroll down. Here again, to Kyle's question, right? Some of that performance metrics, right? So memory, storage, CPU, so you can see some of this information here, all made available for us here historically as well. Again, I can switch between any of these tabs. I'd like to highlight logs here, for example. So again, we're pulling in logs automatically for you if you have the logging capability turned on. We're pulling that information. I can go in and assign a backup and check and see when the last time this machine was backed up. I can look at the history and see, hey, when did I provision this? I actually just provisioned this last night, I believe it was. And so I can see when it was provisioned, when it was completed. And lastly, I want to be able to provide console access to my users. So here, you can see that I have console access as part of this. Great. So this is that self-service experience, if you will. And again, I've completely locked Dinesh in terms of what he can see, what he can provision. It's a much smaller list. If I take a moment.
I have a question here.
Yes, please.
So you should ask the deployment of a single virtual machine. What happens if I have a complex application built out of several virtual machines that they need to be started in a sequence and things like that?
Enrico, thank you for that question. That's actually exactly where I'm headed. But also Adam is going to take us into a lot more detail around blueprints specifically and how we can go in and create these multi-cloud blueprints. But I will show you that in just a moment. And then I'll let Adam dig deeper into that, okay?
So I can't wait to get my hands on this, guys. This looks incredible.
Thank you.
You got about 3 or 4 minutes left, Hisham, so giving you time.
Really? I better go quick. Okay. So just wanted to highlight here again under administration, right? You know, we have these roles. And then when you think about roles, we have 2 different types of roles. There's tenant roles, as I mentioned, and then there's user roles. But I just wanted to point out here, for example, that Pied Piper role, if I go in, I can actually go in and provide access at the feature level. Every feature in the UI I can turn on and off. I can decide, hey, what clouds is this tenant going to have access to? And I can go in and be very granular in what clouds. Instance types, right? This is to Kyle's question from earlier. Hey, all these different instance types. I can go in and choose exactly which ones I want to allow a tenant to see within my environment. And lastly, blueprints. To Enrico's question,
be curious if they're storing the cloud credentials or if that's a bring your own thing as a tenant.
How do we grant that access, right?
Like
through these
if you're granting access,
constructs,
is there a
which Adam is going to talk about
AWS credential
here
somewhere
in just a little bit. So I get to define all this very granularly, right? And then I get to group all that, leveraging the groups, if you will. Now, having said that, I was going to go ahead and actually provision an application, but just very quickly, I want to show you, I actually provisioned 2 applications here. So again, very similarly, I have my own blueprint construct here. These are more complex applications with cloud native applications, which Adam
Brian, full disclosure, are you from Morpheus?
For example, just type CMS, you can see I have some CMS applications.
If so,
just
cool.
Like
Thanks for joining us. You can answer all my questions.
It's a matter of provisioning this. And however, what does that look like at the end?
Oh, it's totally okay. Please, I welcome
Here's an application. This application has 1 container.
I wasn't sure if you were an end user or representing Morpheus. So thanks for coming.
I'll just show you very quickly that if I scroll down here, you can see 1 container. That's my MySQL layer. And my Tomcat layer is 2 virtual machines. It's 2 EC2 instances. This is actually running in my AWS.
You guys should come jump in our Discord.
The first one I provisioned was VMware. This one is public cloud. But similarly, I have access to day 2 actions. I have monitoring information. I have logging information all around this. Now, because I only have very little time left, I just want to point out 2 last-minute things. First of all, policies. We have a very rich set of policies within the Morpheus platform.
Come on,
this
Dan.
helps, again, with that SecOps persona, if you will. You can see all the policies here, but it's just a matter of being able to go in. So these are the different types of policies. There's like 30 of them here in this list. And I can get very granular. And what I mean by that is when I actually create a policy, obviously I get to enable it, but I get to actually assign it. I can do a global policy. I can do an individual user policy. I can assign it to a role. I can assign it to a specific cloud. So I can get very granular in how I provide this access and how I apply these policies, right? So something like that naming policy that you guys just saw when Dinesh was provisioning, he couldn't change that. That was a naming policy in here that decides that. And the last thing I just want to point out, again, because of time here, is how do we make this all happen? This all happens through integrations. So when I click on integrations, there's a ton of things I can integrate, and you can see there's different clouds and different services here.
Oh,
it's really
man,
just a matter of being able to integrate all these different services as part of this. Okay, very simple. And just want to highlight here. So in the groups, I want to point the demo group because that's the one we have the majority of the clouds. And Brad asked me, hey, can I show also clouds and how we add clouds?
Don't talk about hockey, guys.
Here
it
are
breaks
all the
my
different
heart.
clouds that are in my environment. But I just wanted to point out by scrolling down to the bottom, we have the ability to tie in the largest number of both private and public clouds than any other solution out there. So you can see all the public clouds in this list here on the left, and you can see the private clouds on the right, and I'm going to scroll down so you can see the remainder of these. And by far the most common one that we see here is really VMware. And it's literally just a matter of basically me going in, giving it a name, providing the URL and the credentials, providing some options to say, hey, yes, bring in discover existing workloads for me. And then, you know what, do I want to provide things like hypervisor access to some individuals? I can go ahead and do that. And lastly, under advanced options, and this is where think back to that slide that Brad showed, that spaghetti slide. Hey, you know what? I want to be able to tie in things like firewall. I want to be able to tie in things like a trust provider. I want to tie in things like Zerto for replication. I want guidance. Give me some recommendations around these different workloads. I want to tie in my DNS environment.
You guys must have the MSPs
like configuration
salivating.
management. And lastly, I want to tie in something like my IT service management solution in my CMDB environment. So here's ServiceNow. I want to tie that in. So bringing that self-service experience essentially and really closing that loop around the self-service experience. And I know I've gone a little bit too much over time here, so I want to hand it over to David and be respectful of his time. Any last minute questions before I switch over to David?
I have so many questions.
Yeah, quick question.
We'll follow up another time. Brian, I'll be in touch.
Are those all defined by the platform, or do you have the ability to tie into things that are specific to maybe an individual public cloud? For example, some providers have things like guardrails for governance within that cloud that might not exist across other environments. Do you have any integrations for anything like that?
Good question.
Good question. There's and like I said, a number of policies here that we can create and customize and
AWS
tailor.
and Azure and
we
Google
do have
wire
the
things up
to tie
differently.
those
So that's
in via cloud as well.
on-prem.
So one of the scoping capabilities was being able to tie it to a cloud. By doing so, we're also able to take advantage of some of those, essentially some of those capabilities that are native to those clouds as well. David, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, one of the problems when you start talking about hybrid cloud is if you want to do policy enforcement and you're in a hybrid cloud environment, you've got many policy engines, right? Amazon does things differently than Azure does, than Oracle does. So in that sense, we try to prefer using the independent policy engine where we apply those governance and discovery in both an active and passive way across all those clouds, including your on-prem. That's typically how we kind of approach that. That being said, if you've got existing policies in your Azure, in your Amazon, those types of public cloud environments, Morpheus will inherit those and adhere to those as well. But it doesn't directly manage those necessarily.
Follow-up question. I saw that you have a policy set up and especially in the DevOps cycle and stuff. Do you feed any of this information to any of the existing AIOps tools or APM tools? Because this could be a valuable information for them particularly when it comes to policies, how this was deployed, when or who, and both for auditing purposes as well as if there's something is not working in a RCA root cause analysis and stuff, this could be very useful. You do any of that or have plans to?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And one of the things I think we'll get more into in DevOps side of the conversation as well is that we actually have a ton of capabilities with the API. So you can actually export any of this data, any tool you want. So that's the common way to do that.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, great. Well, let's go ahead and move on then.
Yeah, David's
thank
got a
you
couple
very much.
slides here on the roadmap we're going to hit on. If you can get up to the persona slide, David, maybe do a quick highlight
Did
on
I go
that.
too far? Where'd I go? Oops. My slides lost their spot. Of course they did.
Of
Sorry,
course,
guys.
it happens. We'll get there.
I had it all queued up and it reset.
There you go.
All right. Just a quick roadmap. What's next from the self-service side? And I do want to kind of talk about this. Is we do have some new stuff coming in 5.0. You guys have seen a lot of the centralized platform and management UI of Morpheus. And we're adding a new concept called personas. And what this persona idea is we've run into situations where we've had certain customers who want certain isolated UIs, not just by removing things from the UI like you saw with tendency, but you know, you may have a user who wants to just create a basic VM. They don't care about some of the complexities or things like that. So personas is a new approach to this. We're actually starting with a self-service persona, but the idea is a dynamic UI tailored to that target audience. We plan on expanding that further as well into, you know, maybe a FinOps or a financial-based persona. Or VDI,
I think you're going to see more of this personas stuff.
So we're very excited about this, and
maybe have different teams using different AWS credentials, different Azure credentials, things like that.
So I'm
going to
keep building
dive
into that really fast.
That's where I see personas being really valuable too, from a cost perspective.
Keep me apprised here. So this is actually a demo or preview of the self-service persona. You can see I have several items here. This is your dashboard. You get a nice top items and inventory. But it's a little different than that at Instance Wizard. You can just go to your catalog and order something and add it to your cart. So it's very simple. So I can say, hey, I want an Apache server, so I can see it's featured. I can click the order button. I get a nice detail view of what this is and what it represents. What's cool about this is this form is completely customizable. You can build your own custom form and code that into how this provisions, which is very cool. So if you want to restrict, you know, I want a small, medium, and large. I want some scripts that automatically pick the network. You can totally do that. So I can just give it a name, add it to a cart, and it becomes part of my cart, and then I can order that. I also get an inventory. Building these is also very easy. I can just go to switch persona here, for example, and go back to what you guys have seen throughout this demo. And I can go to tools, self-service, and this is where I can build those. I can actually, the end result of this product is you'll be able to actually create self-service catalog items for instances, for complex blueprints, and
marketplace. You're building your own marketplace, so sort of.
We're very excited about this. You can kind of see what this looks like. You can say, hey, I want to add an instance type. I've got a few already here. So let's look at MySQL, for example. You can see what the config generated from the wizard. It lets you kind of visually build that. I need to upload a logo still. But you can also pick your option types and build that form. And that's pretty easy how to build it. And then those option types can be injected in here. So for example, this name field, it's custom options.name. I could actually replace this to the host name if I wanted to, or name right here. I could just wipe this out and do something like this. And there's a lot of cool features there, but it allows you to dynamically inject what you want to build, which is pretty cool.
That's cool.
More on that definitely coming in the next coming weeks. We're working very hard on that.
Really like that. It allows each company that's using your platform to build their own
really
sort
quick,
of
just a few other
marketplace of offerings
what's next
for their tenants,
with 5.0 we've actually
users.
implemented a full plugin, external plugin framework, so you can actually write your own integrations for Morpheus now. We've had an internal one for years, and we've actually been working hard to expose that to our customers and partners. So for example, if you've got a custom IP address manager or DNS you want to use in Morpheus, you can actually code that into Morpheus and use that. Same with UI extensions. Maybe
have we written one from NetApp for you guys,
or customer
Morpheus
reports,
guys that are in the chat?
Task types, approval workflows, or even security backends. So there's a ton of cool features we're adding there. Later on in the year, we're going to take that further and do things like full-on
resource
clouds
provider
and backup integrations, things like that. So the end goal there is you'll be able to receive independent updates. Say a cloud makes a change, rather than waiting for a Morpheus release, you can actually get a push plugin update as well. So very excited about that, and we think it's going to really rapidly accelerate some of our dev cycles as well. And finally, from there, we're actually digging into compliance. So we're actually starting to add NIST CVE scanning capabilities into the product. We already discover installed packages and software on your workload. So we're going to be able to give you vulnerability scanning reports on that, and tying into OpenSCAP, things like that for SCAP scanning and reporting as well. We already also are starting to have the ability to monitor traffic. So you can look at a workload and see what other workloads that are inventoried or discovered it might be communicating with. This is going to be especially great if you're talking about discovery and trying to figure out a migration plan or something like that in the future.
All of our cloud storage products are all API driven that you can access. Be very easy to tie in.
I'm going to transition over.
We've probably already got a resource provider that we could
landed right on time. Good job.
Refactor, and you guys could just it'd be turnkey. So I'll look into that. Get in touch with you guys.
All right. You want me to go ahead and share, Brad?
Yes, please.
All right.
All right. Yep. And pause when you get that share going so that the Prime Image folks can verify that it looks good in the stream.
All right. No worries.
In the meantime, hey, shout out to the watch party. Hey, guys. I see there's a bunch of folks watching there. That's pretty cool.
Okay.
Hey, you guys heard of this DevOps thing? It's crazy, crazy talk.
Can you sell me a DevOps?
All right, Prime Image, how's this looking?
Menu bar at the top of the screen. I don't know if we can get rid of that.
Yes, we can move that off. I don't know that I can move my my menu bar off unless I share just the application.
All right, don't worry about it. We'll zoom in.
Yeah, just run with it. We're hot on time anyway.
Okay.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
wonderful. All right. Wonderful.
Yeah, we've got the
I'll go ahead and
resources
get
to do it,
started
Brian.
then.
That's awesome.
So thanks
I'll
for
get in
joining me,
touch
folks.
afterwards.
And my name is Adam Hicks. I am our field TT. And today I want to talk to you a little bit about the application process modernization that
we're doing
Morpheus
the same
supports
thing
for,
on our end
the
for
DevOps world.
third parties to come in.
This
and
is kind of a big
do
term.
a similar thing
In the
with
previous
resource providers.
section, when we were talking with Hisham, there were some questions that kind of informed me that you guys are going to want to know a little bit more about what goes into creating an instance. What services can we offer up? This is perfectly on point when we think about application modernization. What is it that people are building? How are they constructing it? What architectures can we support and can we afford and can we allow? So I'm going to go deconstruct an instance, what goes into it, what can go into it, what can be done. Sneak preview, it's a lot. Application blueprints as well. So when we start talking about in-tier architectures, full end-to-end environments that need to be deployed at the ready, how we can template those out and make them
that'd be a
easy
good
to
conversation
go,
from both
provision into the
perspectives.
cloud.
Where you guys are seeing the
When
demand.
we really think about DevOps and modern parlance as well, I think one of the things that comes up is really modern workflows. What is actually happening? Where does a tool like this sit? If Morpheus is really just a cloud abstraction on top of all your clouds, then by and large, it's the resource that is getting called to go create those environments, kind of keeping on the topic of instances and blueprints. Well, we've actually built a Terraform provider, and now you can introduce those workflows that you're comfortable with as well around cloud native tooling and allow Morpheus to do the heavy lifting across that heterogeneous infrastructure. Or you can also alternatively use API and CLI. So I'll talk in depth about that. Lastly, Kubernetes. Kubernetes has hit the enterprise space with a splash, even though it's been around in the wings for quite some time. And we've decided to tackle that head on. We call it out as a separate section, even though in my mind, it is simply another cloud endpoint. But because there's so much there, and because it is sort of a foundational change in the way that I think that IT and dev are working together in the modern enterprise.
Yeah, you think that until you look at the CNCF
Afterwards,
landscape slide.
I'll kick this over to David Estes again, like Hisham did, and I'll have him pick up a little bit on roadmap. I'll let him introduce the slides at that time. So for now, I'll go ahead and I'll end the show, and I'll hop into a live environment, and I'll start going through the show and tell that I just mentioned and discussed with you guys.
Excuse me, I have a question before you go into the details. I mean,
sure.
When I start, so the deployment of Morpheus platform takes minutes. You told at the very beginning, Brad, like 15 minutes to install the product. But actually, the initial configuration, because all of you are showing is, massive. I mean, you can do practically everything, but I already have environments like Ansible and many other tools already in place, probably. So, and I need to migrate from these tools, or manage these tools through your solution, and also build on top of it.
High fidelity. Is that
So
Josh?
how much does it take for a average user to start using the platform, to become proficient in?
Josh, it's the Google team,
and getting
Google Cloud team that's presenting.
Yeah. So hopefully this section, as I go in, you'll start understanding a little bit about what goes into that. So you're right in line with exactly what I'm going to be tackling by and large. In many of my most simple use cases, I'll walk into a POC, a proof of concept with a customer. We'll have Morpheus installed in minutes, connected, at least in a rudimentary fashion, connected to something like a VMware environment, where we inventory all the resources, we inventory including templates, virtual images, and we're provisioning in under an hour. That is not an unrealistic expectation. When it does come to the kind of full suite of offerings, as you mentioned, a little bit more goes into it. But what's great about Morpheus is, and Brad stole a term from me, or turn a phrase from me, so I'm going to steal one from him. He has often said Morpheus is like the self-leveling cement. So we don't need to go and do a lot of refactor of the endpoints that you have. We're really just going and natively integrating into them. And then it's really a matter of understanding, now how do I put that into the right place inside of Morpheus to make it meaningful to get to that end result that I want. So without further ado, let me jump into the library. You guys saw the instance catalog, but how does something get in there? And there was a question about, where do those sit as a repository? To Hisham's point, we do give you a lot out of the box. But what excites a lot of customers is how they can bring their own, right? And that's a lot of what you're asking. I think that's what a lot of our customers are interested in as well. How can they represent one of their services their way that can go anywhere? And the library is where this starts. This is the individual service layer. Services can be simple. They can be multi-node types of services as well. I do have one here called Apache. And if I pick on the Apache, before I drill in, I'll explain a little bit about what you're going to see. You're going to see that an instance is comprised of layouts, one or many, and a layout is comprised of node types or alternatively spec templates. This is where we get this almost infinite extensibility into cloud native description languages that we might find. So if I drill into my Apache, you'll see the different layouts that I have here, both on-prem, cloud, and even into what again is becoming very popular, this sort of cloud native Kubernetes type of way. Very simply, in my VMware or my Acropolis hypervisor types of layouts, or even this one, really what it is it's a wrapper for a virtual image of some form. Azure's, it's a referent to a marketplace image. VMware's, Morpheus has inventoried the VM templates, and so it's a pointer over to, and if I drill in, you can see at this node layer, what I've done is I've crafted a kind of a definition layer around this Morpheus Ubuntu 14.04 VM template that Morpheus has synced across from the VMware environment. I've set some metadata. So, as you saw when Hisham went through the self-service portal, I had a bunch of options, including, I could set up a load balancer, go build a VIP in front of the service or multitude of VMs that I may want to instantiate. This allows me to do that dynamically. What are the ports that I would actually want to go map in that VIP? I can do scripts, I can do file templates, etc. For it. I can also define if you're going to push code through Morpheus, allow it to be the arbiter of your code releases. Where does it put that artifact or the Git clone? We support just about any way you may want to push code in there. And we can even do phase-based execution of automation around that. I go back up one layer. You mentioned Ansible. If I show you a little bit about what goes into this layout, what we see is that I have a layout inside of my Apache instance type that's pointing to this node, and it's also running a workflow. I'll dig more into that in a minute, but that's important, right? Because I have an option. I certainly could have baked Apache into my virtual image, but I alternatively can have very vanilla image sets, and I can push workflows across to do the configuration of that instance and what I need to for software. So frequently I see config management as that realm where DevOps likes to play. So that becomes very important, right? Because it gives full control over the definition of how that comes to an end state.
Excuse
if
me.
we decide, go ahead.
Just for a second, going back to the template state that you were looking at, have you guys looked at integrating with something like Packer or something like that to actually automate the process of getting that initial building block deployed out?
Absolutely.
That's a good question.
So in Morpheus, you'll find a virtual image library. This is where synced as well as uploaded images live. And so we do have a number of customers that will use Packer externally, and they'll simply push those templates up to Morpheus for distribution.
I should just want to add to that, Adam. There's also image builder.
Guys, y'all are tickling all of my former admin
because we've built in native hypervisor consoles. We can actually issue instructions to boot commands, things like that. So we've actually added
just the whole UX in
for several clouds. We're adding more where we can automate that build process and rotate those images out on a few month cycles. So if you
really
solid that runs and cycles out, you can do that.
Nice. Is there life cycle management to that as well to handle the patching and stuff like that?
Yeah, so some people do it a little differently. So one example is you can basically have a catalog item for a VM, say it's a CentOS, and you want the image builder to run it every 2 weeks or something like that via workflow or a job. It can do that and automatically swap that base image out or golden image. So if you want to ensure that base image is updated.
Excellent, thank you.
Oh, come on, Josh. I ticked
so back
the box
in the
where
library,
this wasn't for kids
where I think
on
it starts
YouTube,
getting more
so
interesting, especially as we're in this sort of hybrid cloud. When we talk hybrid cloud, what does that mean? Is not just our ability to do it around traditional IaaS, but even the ability to template this out around things like, instead of a node, a pointer again over to a spec template. These could be ARM, they could be CloudFormation, they could also be Kubernetes or Helm themselves. We also have node types. If I go back into my Apache at this layer, we have node types that are Apache Kubernetes layouts. This one I really like because this gives me a lot of flexibility in terms of.
I heard Helm, and that was a question I had. 2
declaratives.
Can I build Helm, a library of Helm charts?
This layer, I can actually see I put this in.
Can a Helm chart be a part of my repository? Can it be a
I can see how I can pull variables.
I'm guessing that's what those
from
are gonna be.
Either the deployment time variables and the deployment time metadata of the instance, or I can even create custom options. I can create custom user input fields that I can pipe into various
I love the wildcards here too, man.
Just like I could do into my automation workflows. So let's take a quick look at the automation section. What does it mean for me to have the service catalog entity run its own workflow to go configure its own state? So our workflow engine, we've got 2 types. We've got a provisioning and an operational. Mr. Estes did mention operational workflows. These are standalone series of tasks. This contrasts with a provisioning workflow. Provisioning workflow allows me to run tasks at various events in the lifecycle of an instance. It doesn't matter what the instance is. Now, what the task does may depend on what the instance is, but these tasks, these lifecycle events are going to exist for all instances. Provision, you'll have a start service, stop service event that you can drive through the interface, deploy, reconfigure, and tear down. Tasks live over in this area, and if I open this wizard up, I see that I have a myriad of options for how I might want to go run those tasks as part of a workflow. It could be, like I did in the case of Apache, an Ansible playbook. My Ansible playbook is going to run by having a connection to a Git-based repo. So I simply say, which repo do I want and which playbook do I want to run? It's as simple as that. And then because I'm targeting the resource, I'm going to ensure that that's going to run against the resource repeatedly. We can't push variables into our Ansible run command as when Morpheus acts as your Ansible controller. We do some powerful things with Chef, with Puppet and SaltStack as well. So it's not as though we're gluttons for Ansible. We even integrate with Ansible Tower. So again, self-leveling cement. We try to come and take what technical debt you may already have, give you options to improve upon that, but we're going to allow you to get up and running very quickly, as you asked before. Many of these also, when we talk DevOps, one of the things that comes up quite a bit is SCM, GitOps, right? So how do I make sure that as I'm going and I'm presenting versions of these different library instances that I'm keeping them up to date, that I'm able to iterate and version them properly. So versions for us are at multitudes of layers, right? Not only is it the virtual image, maybe it's only the virtual image, but it could also be at that workflow layer. It could also be at the different layout layers. We give you mechanisms to version those properly with your SCM through and throughout. So where it goes when we go beyond just a single service. So you've got the idea that you can create something that's really cool. And while I showed you was Apache, it's a single node type of service. You can represent complex ones too. Database clusters, Hadoop clusters. You could have a 100 node cluster represented as a service catalog item and give the end user the ability to scale out how many nodes that they actually want to go run that workflow on. Where I want to go though, by and large, when I start talking about application modernization is, okay, not just an individual service, but how do I tie them together? Kind of classic story that we talk, and we said it before, is the N-tier architecture. We do have an application that we talk a lot about. It is a CMS-based app. And Hisham previously showed you one that was running, one that he had spun up, and one was created. But here's how we might be able to go template this out. This is a 2-tier version of this web app. And what I've done is I've actually created underneath it 3 different environments that I could select from when I go to self-serve this application. One in Azure, one in VMware, and one in AWS. If I go pick on the VMware one, I see a lot of VMware specific configurations. This could be pushing a container-based layout into a Kubernetes namespace that I have access to. This could be, in the case of AWS, if I flip over here, I'll find that this has been defined as deploying EC2 instances. Now, just like in our, Hisham showed you in our self-service catalog, you have options to go deploy code, even optionally run some startup commands, go create the load balancer, the VIP. This could be an F5 or a NetScaler on-prem, or an Avi, an ELB, an ALB, an Azure load balancer. We work in a native fashion with most of the major load balancers out there.
I mean, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn
set
here.
Scaling across it. This could be cloud
I almost feel like I
scaling,
wouldn't need my
Morpheus.
vCenter
And again, Morpheus
console
as
anymore.
sort of your single source of truth. Being able to control the algorithm in a very similar manner across your clouds is a powerful construct. So I have all of those all within this wizard that I can pin to
tingling all the tinglies.
Then subsequently, I can have my self-service user go and define a single permutation when they want to go deploy. When they go to self-serve this, they simply walk through the wizard and they say, yes, I'm a member of the demo group. I want to deploy this application on the AWS
I get that,
cloud.
Josh.
If there's an environment selector, that will allow me to pre-fill things. It also allows me to lock
I love the
certain
way
fields,
that the
pin
level
them,
of detail
so to speak,
and attention to detail has been put into place here.
I want to limit RAM, force horizontal scaling instead of allowing
You're
for
abstracting
vertical sizing,
terabad
et cetera.
UIs of the cloud providers
I go to
and
my
giving
AWS,
me something to build policy and templates
MySQL,
around.
sorry, you'll actually see that I have a representation of those more complex layouts that we talked about too, multi-node, master slave. We can also use RDS and RDS-based layouts. I could have something that is purely PaaS defined if I wanted to add another tier. Let's say I want a, let's go the messaging tier.
I love AWS, but I cannot stand the UX
and this is
of AWS.
going to be entirely true because I would use Elastic Cache.
I love Google
database,
Cloud. I cannot stand the UX.
And this
trying
right
to find
here
where
is
anything
going to
is
allow me to,
in any of those places.
to pick a similar permutation, add this. The backing is a CFT. It's a CloudFormation template. So that's the complexity of of Morpheus and what it allows in that hybrid cloud context.
You
Now,
hate having
again,
to use vCenter to get Morpheus installed.
Users aren't necessarily
That
going to
goes
want
on
to
a
drive
slide
this
somewhere.
through a GUI. Some are, and many will. But a lot of people this day and age are going to want to follow DevOps workflows. So as they go through building an application like Spud, what you'll see, I'll just pick on Spud like I did with the blueprint. I'll give it a name. I'll pick the group in the cloud, and it will autofill this permutation. Morpheus does run some configuration checks, make sure that we have the information that we needed to fill this out. You could leave something, available, right? Application injection variables. You could leave.
You
those
ask
available,
Siri to install Morpheus,
and force the user to fill those out. So check. We're all healthy here. I could actually go take this raw version of this and export this YAML or JSON. So when we're living in this as code-based world, right? And it's gone beyond just infrastructure as code. It really has turned into this idea of how do I define as
Nick
much
Weaver
as I can
used
as
an
code?
Xbox
This
Connect
is what I
way
can
back
go
in the
and I
day.
can put into, say,
For those that have been
I could put
around
this
long
into
enough to
Jenkins
remember that.
and have Jenkins simply call Morpheus. I could put this into Azure DevOps, GitLab CI, any of those tool sets that people have found to be friendly and familiar, or alternatively into the Terraform provider that we're building around the edge of Morpheus now. So familiar tooling, familiar DSL, familiar abstraction layer, and simply control your applications on demand as code, build and tear down dynamically. One of the great things about Kubernetes, to kind of pivot into that as a discussion point, was a similar idea, right? Weaveworks came out with the term of GitOps. I think I'm seeing in the industry now that a lot of people are gravitating to this idea of GitOps. It's the same same kind of thing that I'm talking about right here, that I can include the definition of my application and control my application lifecycle simply through API calls. We also do have a command line interface. So we've got a multitude of ways that you can interact
with a sprinkle of
Morpheus
CI/CD thrown in there. Yeah.
When we pivot into Kubernetes, though, Morpheus has gone a little bit of a different direction with Kubernetes. So where the self-leveling cement in terms of what are the clouds that you can build across, what is the heterogeneous infrastructure you can build across.
Or CI/CD.
When it comes to Kubernetes, sure, we can integrate. We can also create. We found that there was a sweet spot for us because we do such a good job already with the lifecycle management of, call it, middleware, virtual machines, some of the IaaS constructs that actually have to be there with Kubernetes. Kind of anecdotal, I was with one of our strategically large customers and I said, what is the most common middleware request you get to deploy? Their answer was Kubernetes. It wasn't Tomcat, it wasn't MySQL or standard databases. It was Kubernetes. Their operations team, this for them saves them a lot. While I can represent that as an instance, and I could represent a Kubernetes cluster as a blueprint, we found that we could give them a lot more operational value by allowing them to build it more dynamically here. Whether it is allowing some RBAC and some governance around who can do what in the public cloud using managed Kubernetes services, AKS, EKS are here today, or what we call MKS, sort of code name, right? This is our builder. And just like you get from the provisioning wizard, you can march through, pick a group, pick a cloud, where do you want to put it, give it a name for the cluster and the resource, and then you have a wizard to go choose this from. We have included an architecture that is Cloud Native Computing Foundation compliant. So we have run through all their tests and we are a member of the CNCF. We give you, even an HA cluster builder that will allow you to go, configure a 3-master cluster with as many workers as you like down here with this selector.
Nice.
We're using Ubuntu. Weave is the CNI and OpenEBS. It's pretty simple cluster. We do have some things that we ensure are there too, FluentD, FluentBit for log aggregation, which I'll talk more about in a minute. But one of the things that we've also done is, just like I showed you in the library around instances, is that you can build your own cluster layout too. So if you've got an architecture that you want to bring, you can do that. Alternatively, if you already have a cluster we can hook up to that. Bring your own cluster endpoint and token. We'll go ahead and add that in and allow you
Brian,
to use
Alex,
Morpheus
for those
as
of you
the
from
gateway to
Morpheus in here,
administer
a
as well
great
as deploy
integration
that
point
cluster.
for us would be
If I
hooking
dig
up
into
CVS
time, we may need
with
to,
PVCs
tie this out quick
and our
and maybe
CSI
do a
providers that we have
next
in the cloud
session,
providers
next
for
field
very
day, we
high
may
performance
do
storage
an
for
entire Kubernetes
HA
deep
clusters
dive,
and
'cause
things
I
like
think we
that.
could easily
Having that
spend
as a
time on it.
storage option in there.
Absolutely. So, I appreciate the time, guys. I'll say that the real art of what Morpheus is trying to get, though, and I hope you guys see this, is
we're definitely doing it on our
goes
end as
back to
well,
that
but we
self-service
want
value
to
prop.
open it up
When
to
we
the
talk about
entire
DevOps,
third-party ecosystem.
self-service
So
in and of itself
basically in the same
is a
resource
DevOps
provider
concept.
RP framework that you guys
so
are doing.
the feedback loops that can be driven from allowing self-service around those service layer abstractions inside of Morpheus is kind of a rich tie into a DevOps culture inside of an organization, and I hope that you see that. I'll turn it over to David Estes because I think he likely does have quite a few of what's coming in the DevOps section that is going to be very interesting for you to hear.
Great, thanks a lot. David, go ahead and unshare your screen there, and then we'll have David share his, and then we will get moving.
Yeah, a few things to go over really quick. I know we're running a little tight on time, so I'll be quick. One of the things that Morpheus is developing next from the DevOps perspective is Morpheus's Project Scribe. And what that is basically a new DSL for blueprinting infrastructure, applications, and objects. You've seen our DSL, our YAML JSON base. We're expanding that and enhancing it significantly. So we're going to actually support HashiCorp's configuration language, maybe JavaScript, different types of programming representations for how you want to define and build that. Increasing that consumability and how you want to approach your infrastructure as code, or as we call it, everything as code. Because when you start pairing those things with Morpheus, you can do a lot more than just deploying infrastructure and cloud native services. You can actually, tie into your Ansible playbooks more easily, configure what workflows are run in a much cleaner way.
Our catalog of Ansible playbooks at NetApp is
very excited
vast.
about that and excited to show that.
So many playbooks.
The other thing
stuff.
we're going to be doing is the concept of projects. You've seen the concept of groups. Where
we
you
need
can
to write more
organize your instances
Terraform
by
providers,
groups.
though.
Projects are broader. It allows you to define any Morpheus object with
Love
to be
Terraform.
scoped into a project. It could be a complex blueprint or app. It could be a larger set of infrastructure or multiple apps related to a team or project within Morpheus.
All the work we've done with Red Hat
it can also
and
represent other objects besides just
in general
and cloud native service
being
workloads.
neighbors
It can
here in
represent
RTP.
Users, tenants.
We have so much Ansible.
Anything that an MSP might use as a scribe template for onboarding a subtenant, they'll be able to do that. Roles, tons of things that you can do in the API will be representable as a project. So very excited about that. And that is everything I have for the up next slide for this section. I do want to mention really quick, we didn't get time to show off the API and CLI, but if we have time at the end of the next session.
Not quite, Brian, but it can feel like there's an Ansible playbook for just about anything.
Any questions before we kind of pivot off of this into the final kind of cost analytics section? Nope. Hisham, why don't you go back, reintroduce? We got to cut the film. So.
Okay. So thanks everyone. Again, my name is Hisham Murad. I'm also joined by the co-founder and VP of Engineering, David Estes. We're going to touch very quickly on costing and cost analytics and the FinOps persona, if you will. So I know for time's sake, I'm going to go and jump right into
I love that you guys were here to
few of the things I
field questions and things like that. Thanks for joining.
I'm going to jump into the demonstration here very quickly, and I'll let David Estes come in and provide some additional information around this. So jumping right into the demo, if you will. So again, from a costing perspective, we like to give a lot of cost visibility. I often tell organizations I work with is that if you can't measure it, how can you manage it? So you have to have some costing analytics and some cost visibility in the environment. Now, having said that, we're not a costing analytics solution today by any stretch of the imagination, but we do provide some really good cost analytics and cost visibility information. And David's going to give you some more insight into where we're headed in that area as well. So just very quickly here, you can see I'm looking at my existing clouds within my environment. For any one of my clouds, I can go in and see what I'm doing from a costing perspective. So let me show you here, for example, AWS. Right, so here's AWS. I can see that this is my cost this month so far, and actually it went up from last night.
So are these individual
daily.
credentials?
And
when
I
you're
can see
adding
the average
clouds,
monthly
is that an
cost
individual
over
credential?
the last 6 months, and where I'm at and where I'm actually projected to end this current this
sub
month
ID
as well.
or
I see
directory in
some of this
Azure or something like
performance
that.
data, but again, focusing in on costs. When I scroll down, we're going to come back to guidance in a moment. I'll show you that, but let's stick to costing. So here you can see that I actually have a budget. So one of the things that we can do in this in our product is go in and define budgets, and these budgets can be assigned to clouds. For example, in this case, I have a budget that's assigned to my AWS cloud, and you can see it's a monthly budget. I can do it monthly, I can do it quarterly, I can do it yearly, and you can see here that for each month I have 10,000. Later in the year, the number goes up a little bit, and I can see what my actual is against that, right? So I have the ability to see that. And so if I actually go into the operations budget area, I'm able to see that, but also see a graph of that against, again, my budget as well. So if I go even lower, you can see here, I can see a service breakdown of all the individual components and their costs within this cloud. So you can see my CloudWatch spend, my EC2 spend, other spend here as well, like RDS, right? So you can see that and get the total. But another area which is really actually exciting here is, like, for example, in Amazon, is reserved instance recommendations, right? So it can see here that we definitely use a lot of T2 Nano, right? For, a different provisioning and demos and all that. So there's a lot of them that we do. It can see what the average is. It can see the minimum, the maximum here. So what's happening here is it's saying, hey, on demand, this is costing you over $1,500. But if you, in fact, reserve 285, then you're going to actually achieve a savings of almost $400 by doing this, which represents a 26% of that number. So you can actually take
There's a certain acquisition we just announced to accomplish something similar to this.
Right, so very powerful. And this is a type of information, costing analytics information, that we do even against other clouds. So even, for example, if I scroll down and just show you my private cloud here, this is my VMware on-prem cloud. Again, I have similar information here around it from a costing perspective. And I already showed you when I go to provision an instance where we can actually see the pricing, and I can see the cloud comparison pricing as well, right? Where Adam was just showing the application blueprint. Even in the application blueprint, you can go in and actually see the pricing there for the application as well. So it's represented in multiple different areas, but just for the sake of time, and I know we're running really tight on time, I just want to touch on a few things.
A very quick question. So you are showing a dashboard of the price. Do you also get to set limits per application basis?
Hey, thanks for joining, Alex.
For example, if I set my maximum spend for the division or unit, it's only $1,000 for this month, and somebody's tries to provision, would you be able to control that?
So you can control that. So that's a great question. So that's actually in here where you can go in and actually create the budgets. And when you do create those budgets, you have the ability to actually assign budgets at different levels, right? So you get to actually scope the budgets as well. So I can scope it per tenant, per cloud, per group, per user even, right? And I get to define that. So you have flexibility there, but also remember, I showed you earlier, Andy, where we have all those different policies, right? So you can also go in and get you can go in and set maximum limits on some of those policies as well, and do that as part of that too.
Love to do a deep dive on that, please.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. We should definitely do that and do a follow-up on that for sure. Excellent. So the other couple of things I just want to touch on here really quickly, and again, I know we're really tight on time, but just very quickly, administration, plans and pricing. What we're going to do is we're actually going to pull this information in. So we actually detect all these different plans. So all the different sizing layouts, if you will, from the different clouds that you have and that you've tied into, we're going to pull that in. And then for each of these plans, they are typically assigned multiple price sets, because different sizing will have different price sets. And then each one has a different price. And in the pricing is where you can go in and actually start to do some adjustments, right? So just want to show you something here. If I wanted to be able to mark something up, right? So provide, in addition to a cost, I want to mark something up and have that visible, or be able to report on that as part of my billing API as well, invoicing API. I'm able to actually,
Brian, do you guys white label the interface and offer it to service providers or CSPs,
really powerful
for example?
Stuff here that you can do as part of this. The last thing I just need to show, and I need to hand it over to David, is analytics. So we do provide
Allow
a
them
lot
to
of
manage
cost
their own
analytics
tenants
here. So you can see here
kind of
cloud
thing?
costing, for example.
You do.
I can go
Okay.
in now and look at this by cloud.
Is that a
I can
case-by-case
actually
basis
slice
or
and dice
kind of
this
open
data
to
and
anyone?
filter on this data any which way I want. As a matter of fact, I don't have time, but in reports, there are a number of costing reports that you can also export to CSV or JSON if you choose to, so you can actually pull that data out. But as David mentioned earlier, you still have ability to access this also alternatively by CLI and by API as well. And we do have a invoicing API as part of this, and David's going to touch more on that. But you can see I can get down granular in terms of the clouds. And then if I continue down, there's more information I have around each of these, as well as the projected total for each of these clouds. Utilization versus cost. This is just another quick view here. This gives you a snapshot again of your environment. And again, you have the ability here to filter on this any which way that you want. So I can go in and filter on it. But I can see what I have in my environment. And I can go in and look at this. I have my
becoming
y-axis,
more and more
which is
commonplace
price,
these
my
days.
x-axis here, which is utilization. I like to see things in this area here, the bottom right-hand quadrant of this graph, if you will. Now, if I start to see things over here, oh, look at this. I have this machine here. Its utilization is low. Its utilization is only 8%, but it's costing me $30, right? So maybe I can do some, right sizing around that to achieve that, right? Look at this guy here. I have an Avamar instance. Its utilization is less than 3%, but it's costing me over $80 a month, right? So these are sort of those cost anomalies, if you will, that you can see very quickly graphically, and actually pull this out via reports and via the invoicing API as well. So the last thing I just want to touch on that, okay, well, now that I actually have seen some of that data, wouldn't it be nice to take action, right? Be able to actually take action and fix some of the things that I need to fix in my environment. Take a look at this guidance page here. I have 79 actions. I have a real good cost savings opportunity here across my environment, across my disparate clouds that I'm tied into, right? And so you can see here, this one here, I can actually go ahead and decrease memory. These ones here, I can go ahead and shut them down. This is actually an AWS. This is actually using resources. I can go shut it down. And by the way, all I have to do is click on this information button, and it says this guy's a T2 Nano, but it's sitting at 0% utilization. It's unused, right? But it's chewing up funds, right? So why don't I actually go ahead and take action? Now, if I knew that I needed this for some reason, I can actually ignore it, but I want to be able to execute and take action. So yes, I can save money, but one of the things that I really also think is powerful in here for a lot of organizations is that, you know what, occasionally you're going to run into this, where increase. You actually have, certain workloads in your environment where they're running a little bit hotter, right? And we're seeing those trends. So we're actually recommending, hey, add some resources. Obviously, you're not going to save money here, but this allows you to be proactive in looking at undersized workloads as well and being able to right size them. So this whole area here around analytics is cost savings, but it's about right sizing resources, taking those oversized and downsizing them, taking the undersized and right sizing them, and also getting rid of any idle resources within your environment. So because of time, I do have to leave it at that and hand it over to David. Are there any sort of last minute questions before I pass it over to David? No?
Yeah, can you build dependencies around that? And like you show that there's 0% utilization, but what storage is it tied to? What networks is it tied to? Things like other constructs is it associated with in that cloud, for example?
All right, so
I
just
didn't
a
see
few
that
things
displayed.
Of what's next on this. So one of the things we're really getting into now is expanding our access to detailed cloud invoice data. So what that means really in general is we've had a lot of invoice and costing data for a while now, but getting more granular. Some people want to see what percentage of storage cost or network cost.
I'm always terrified of shutting something off because I have no idea what else it is tied to.
I'm going to actually show a little bit of that data real quick here in a second. But the other thing we're also looking in is cloud migration planning. So saying, hey, I've got this set of blueprints or applications or instances of Morpheus. What would that look like if I move them over to Amazon or Azure? What would that cost look like? So those are a lot of the things we're doing from a costing and optimizing planning perspective. So Hisham showed you a lot. And one really quick thing I do want to show, and it does highlight that CLI, is we have a ton of data. So for example, I can actually look at all my invoices for a certain cloud. over a period. And you can see that granularity. We discover all your cloud resources, not just compute. You can see those marked as account resources. And I've got one here. I'm going to actually pull up one of them that we looked at earlier. And just this is a compute server running in Azure, and we do
it's
this. It's
1998 all over again, and we're on an RS-6000 looking at invoices.
You can see that level of granularity, the line items, the usage, the rate, and this is updated nightly.
I
so
love
you can
it.
Get a lot of cool information out of there and keep.
Will you print me a copy on my dot matrix printer?
And there's a whole UI coming with this as well here shortly. So I'm very excited about this. And that's everything I have.
Oh, I love it.
Nice. Any kind of final questions? I think we landed about on time, Stephen.
Yeah, well done, guys. Seriously.
Looks like we're on time.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much. You guys rock. I really enjoyed it, honestly. I think the best comment was one of the delegates said, Morpheus has really, changed and kind of grown up since the last time we saw you. And I absolutely concur.
Kidding.
I think this is, you've really, really stepped it up here. So thank you so much for the presentation. I really enjoyed it. Looking forward to seeing what y'all do next. Those of you watching,
Brian,
thank you very
Alex,
much for joining
David,
us.
thank you
Again,
all so much
thank you your
for
patience with that
dropping
10-minute
by.
Technical delay. Hopefully that won't
really
happen
helped me
again.
answer a bunch of questions
so
and things like
close
that I had.
Out
Fills
here.
up
like
the,
I said, we'll be back
the chat with good
in just
info.
about 20 minutes. So I guarantee we're going to be testing out the stream before then. So let's go ahead and close out the stream, and we'll get the next one up and running soon.
Oh man, good stuff. While I got you, let me. Oh, come on, there we go. I'm gonna turn some music back on here real quick. Uh-oh. All right. So I wanted to try something out real quick. I've got a new camera angle I've been playing with. Does that not work? Oh, there it goes. Oh, it is. I gotta move it a little bit. What do you guys think? Got some wide field right now. Thanks for listening. Hey man, have a super cloud field day to you as well. You guys absolutely knocked it out of the park, man. We see a lot of these, and I've been attending these field days and I've even been a delegate in I think I was at one back in 2017. 2017. It's hard to be a delegate in person. And these guys that do it over and over and over again, I mean, that's a grind. And I've presented at least half a dozen of them. Both NetApp, Cohesity, and other, right? So, I get it. It's tough. But take it from me, you guys just knocked it out of the park. Absolutely knocked it out of the park. For sure. I tell you what, guys. Steven said we got about 20 minutes. I'm going to throw the pause screen up. Don't go anywhere, but I'm going to leave the stream going. Everybody take 5 to 10 minutes. Grab a drink, quick bio. Do what you got to do. Make a sandwich, whatever that is. We'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes for NetApp and SAP. I think we're going to talk about SAP. Definitely going to be talking about Google Cloud, because I know one of the guys that are presenting is one of my colleagues, Niraj, that I've been working on those Google Cloud videos with. But he said they're going to be doing a lot of stuff on Google Cloud, but it might be SAP. Don't quote me on that. But I'm very excited if it is, because we got a lot of interesting integrations and stuff to announce. And frankly, we're about the only high performance game and storage going in the cloud right now. And nobody else is anywhere close. So Brian, Alex, David, thank you guys for joining us for Morpheus. I will be in touch over the plugin, and let's see where we can bring our powers together, how we can integrate a lot of that stuff better from both sides. So we'll be in touch. I took a bunch of notes. Yeah, grab a drink, make a sandwich, use the restroom, and we'll be back in a few minutes, guys. All right, guys, we're back. Oh, okay. In case you guys haven't been watching, I've been making a bunch of videos on the NetApp YouTube channel for around Google Cloud. And I think we're gonna, I gotta remember to look at the right camera. I think we're going, oh, we're back. We're back already. Let's go. Let's go.
This is our 8th Cloud Field Day event, and we are thrilled to be joined by our friends from NetApp. This is a company that that will be very familiar to regular Tech Field Day viewers. We've seen NetApp many, many times over the years, and we've watched as the company has transformed itself into a cloud-focused, even cloud-first provider. So we're really excited to see what they have to say here at Cloud Field Day, since this is obviously the next step along that path. If you've enjoyed these presentations, thank you very much for coming. Thank you for staying, and thank you for your comments and your involvement. All of these presentations are recorded and will be shared on our YouTube channel. Just go to youtube.com/techfieldday. I am pleased to announce that we already have the first 2 sessions from yesterday published on our YouTube channel. Thank you very much to the work of Sam and Ben doing the editing, and of course Prime Image doing the live editing for all these sessions. We will be posting sessions just as quickly as we are able, and you'll find those again on our YouTube channel. You'll also find those in all of our other social media accounts. Look for us on Twitter, on Facebook, and of course techfieldday.com, where you can learn how to become a delegate. Just click on the delegates menu, and there's a menu there that says become a Field Day delegate. You can also learn how to bring your company to a future Field Day event.
I have no control over that, Eric.
And you can learn more there. So we are here with NetApp. Please join the conversation. Go over to Twitter, use hashtag CFD8, since this is the 8th Cloud Field Day event, and then we'll see it in our Twitter feed. You can also tweet at NetApp and contact them in any other way. I know that they're a big company with a lot of social media presence as well. We're trying something special here as well. In addition to streaming on our website and on Facebook, which we usually do, we're working on streaming to LinkedIn. So this is probably appearing on the NetApp LinkedIn page as we speak. I say probably because this is the first time we've done it. So that's been an exciting new experiment. Thanks a lot, NetApp. Also, we've got a live stream from another NetApp folks. Nick, hello, welcome.
Hey, Stephen.
From Discord. They've got a live stream on
I guess I got to do this
on YouTube with a watch party. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see what happens there too. So, man, we're everywhere. This is so exciting. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to the fine folks from NetApp. Jeff, Niraj, take it away.
Great. Thank you so much, Stephen. We're really pleased to be here. Wish we could be in the same room because I love the game of Stump the Chomp. Just in case you're wondering, I'm the Chomp. Niraj Verma, who's with me as our solutions architect, that's the really understands the ins and outs, is going to walk you through a demonstration of what we're doing with cloud data services. Just for background, I've recently joined NetApp about 2 months ago. But I've been in the cloud for a long time. This will see if this elicits a smile. Remember the iOmega Jazz and Zip drives from the 1998, mid 1990s? I will yes. Continuous data backup software for that was ultimately acquired by Symantec. So that's how long I go back in storage. In 2007, was with Cloud Object Storage and sold my first Cloud Object deal back then. Transitioned with HPE and cloud storage, and then now here at, very happy to be at NetApp driving that. Niraj, I'll let you have a little bit of background on yourself.
Thanks, Jeff. Thank you to the team at Cloud Field Day for having us today. I'm Niraj Verma. I'm a solutions architect here in CDS BU. I focus on a Google Alliance mainly, and I've been here for about 20 months. It's been an amazing 20 months to be part of this
hopefully that
amazing innovation and cloud ethos here at NetApp. So I really look forward to the discussion today with our esteemed delegates. Thank you all for taking the time today and joining us. I look forward to learning from your experiences as well, and I welcome any feedback on what you see today, good or constructive.
Thanks for letting me know.
Thank you.
Raj, we could go to the first slide. So if we talk about NetApp, everybody knows NetApp probably through various interactions with the data center in their lives or in their careers. It's about a 25-year-old company, which really is interesting because Bezos and Hitz both went to Princeton together back in the day, back in the 80s. And, we're coming back around now. The NetApp and the bookstore turns into a massive cloud provider. So it's been a journey. It's been a journey from the traditional data center into the virtualization and into the cloud, and NetApp's been part of that every step along the way, from the first really attached storage, external attached storage vendor, with a presence across the Fortune 500 data centers, moving into things such as FlexPod and HCI, and now moving into full Kubernetes container-based workloads. We've been through that journey, and now we're bringing that journey to the cloud. And that is very important, because if you look at the basis of this journey, it's all about data and having access to that data. And now we really need a very versatile data fabric to run the enterprise for the future. And this means a data fabric that can span multiple clouds. It's the data fabric that can span hybrid, on-prem, bursting into cloud, and can bring the data to the user wherever that user is, which is some acquisitions that we've made, which I'll talk about in a few minutes. So it has been a journey, and we're not done yet. The journey will continue, but certainly one of the biggest things that's impacting our strategy is how fast things are emerging in the development cycles. We've gone from the old waterfall methodology back in the 90s that I studied in my computer science classes, et cetera, now into the Scrum and the Agile methodologies, and now we're going straight into CI/CD. And so the pace of change is just phenomenal. Next slide. And so this digital transformation is what we're here to talk about, and we're going to talk about the two platforms primarily that's driving those first, and then we're going to talk about what we're doing with SAP later. But this core basis is you've got $1 trillion being spent on digital transformation, and there's probably that was before what the world that we're living in right now with COVID and the remote workers and having to bring and extend the perimeters of the data center to people's houses. What a crazy experience that has been across the world for enterprise ITs and CIOs as they've had to become very agile. And this means modernizing and simplifying IT systems so it's you get a consumer-like feel for consuming this capability. And we see these collaboration platforms like Zoom exploding. We got to build the new cloud-native applications. We got over 2 million enterprise applications. Not all of them are going to be transitioned to a cloud-native application. Some will go to SaaS, some will be retired, and yes, some will be re-platformed into cloud-native architecture. And it's about that data-driven fabric of giving customers choices and enterprises choices to build a very flexible fabric for that. And so very simply, our mission, I wanted to put it up here. It's not a pretty slide, but it's easy to follow along with. There's no bouncing ball, but I'll tell you. It's to be about the #1 platform for shared storage, cost optimization, and modern workplace. And drum roll, across any public cloud of your choice. Because we believe in a multi-cloud future. We're staking our bet on that. Anthony Lai, who is our SVP for our cloud business unit and our cloud data center and public cloud services business unit, is very aggressively going after that, and we're matching our words with our actions and the acquisitions that we've made. We just announced Spot, which I'll get to in a minute. So we're very excited to be taking the data center into this. So let's talk about what we're doing, because maybe this will give some context about what Niraj is going to give you the hands-on view of today with Cloud Volumes. So at the baseline of this, as I mentioned, is this data fabric. So it's about shared storage across all of your compute environments. And you know NetApp probably for ONTAP, right? Which is our enterprise grade. It's it's kind of the gold standard for file-based storage across the enterprise. And we have brought that with products into each one of the cloud providers, into AWS, into Azure, and most importantly, what we're here to talk about today is with Google and GCP, where we're seeing a great amount of uptake in. And so this is all about bringing the same experience, and even better, that you can get in your data center into the cloud environment. So things such as copy on write snapshots, thin provisioning, data deduplication, snap mirrors, flex clones, all of these capabilities that drive a lot of enterprises across our 30,000 customers today. Now they can bring those into the cloud and help them on that cloud journey. And the workloads that we're focused on there are the workloads that run the enterprise, SAP, RDBMSs with SQL, MySQL, all of the MongoDB, all the new database architectures. Of course, VMware with GCVE, which is Google's new VM cloud offering, we can provide file storage for that as well. And high performance computing, ML, AI. These are all the new workloads that are requiring high performance, enterprise grade, replicated, zone tolerant, region tolerant failure with, get to 4 nines of availability. So that's what we're focused on. That's what we're going to talk today about. But I at least want to paint the picture of what we're doing in these other stovepipes. Well, not stovepipes, but verticals, if you will. So one is about cloud cost optimization, which spans across both the storage component and the compute component. So we have Cloud Insights, which is our analytics capability that provides full insight into all the operational metrics across multiple cloud. So that's a good one from just IT operations management perspective. But we also just acquired Spot, and Spot can reduce customers' AWS and cloud bills and GCP, et cetera, down 70–80%, because it basically monitors all unused capacity and can look at the best fit instances, even using Spot instances when those are available. So a lot of AI, ML embedded in that allows it to rapidly cost optimize your IT delivery. That means more money can be spent on adding value into customers. And then ultimately in the modern digital workspace with remote offices, work from home, et cetera, VDI is becoming an essential service, right? Taking a shared Windows service and extending that into people's homes, but in a secure manner. So we acquired CloudJumper, which is now our virtual desktop services portfolio. We also acquired something called Talon, which provides a global file cache effectively that gives you caching at the edge, replicated across multiple sites. So no matter where you are in the country or the world, all your files are at your fingertips in those geographical locations, which is important as we move into a distributed world and we have to have people 24/7, creating new buildings or working on bridges together. And have to have locks synced so that nobody, you're designing something on the first floor and the second floor that file never gets out of sync, right? So that's with Talon acquisition with global file cache. There's a lot of stuff we could talk about 8 hours, but we're not going to do that. Now we only have about 45 minutes left. So I'm going to just kind of move right through it and just focus in on our cloud volume storage.
Yeah, just to clarify, Jeff, so we'll be focusing on the first pillar here, the high performance availability storage today in this talk, but I welcome any number of these in the next quarter. We have so much action here at NetApp and we want to bring it all forward. So with that, I'll click on the next slide, Jeff.
Yep. So in our point of view, there's going to be 5 cloud companies that matter. Of course, you have the 3 hyperscalers. You have VMware, which has the common hypervisor of moving that into the cloud, and each one of the cloud providers offers a VMware in the cloud experience for the lift and shift and the migration. And then you're going to have a storage and data fabric, workplace productivity toolset company, and that's NetApp. So that's going to be across all clouds. We already have the data fabric. Now we're expanding that with a portfolio of workplace and cost optimization. So that is just so you kind of understand where we are heading as a strategy standpoint. We plan to be one of
and
those
IBM had to get past
the
Red Hat acquisition, and they're knocking on the door.
Niraj, I'll turn this over to you.
Great, thanks, Jeff. So as Jeff already mentioned, what was the mindset when we were developing this partnership with Google and the different priority workloads we were looking at? I've been here for 20 months, and as I look back, when I joined here in 2018, we were still pretty early. I think we were in the private preview phase of the service. And I got a chance to work with Google and really experience the special partnership that we have. And it really is special in so many levels. And whether it is the engineering meetings that I'm in with them, or whether it is just the way we go to market together. And then what's happened is that we've had one thing in our mind, which is how can we help our customers with their needs as it relates to moving workloads to the public cloud. So fast forward to today, now we have multiple service offerings available in Google Cloud, multiple integration points for workloads, as Jeff already talked through. So here's just a quick summary, what was our mindset. And, we were really honored and humbled to receive the award 2 years in a row now for that Partner of the Year infrastructure category. And again, this is testament to all of the engineering efforts between both the companies. So And just to structure the conversation from here till the demo, I have maybe 2 slides here just on how we're thinking about tactically moving workloads to the cloud. And then we'll go into some solutions that we have. And then really, I just want to show you an architecture slide and then go right to the demo, because I removed like 5, 6 slides just for that reason. I want to talk to you about the service with the service in front of us, and I want to take you for a spin. So with that in mind, let's hold off all of the questions around architecture, VMware, or SAP, because right after the demo, we'll do just that. So over here, you see that as you were talking to our customers over these years and refining what we thought were the adoption pathways for cloud or moving workloads to the cloud, it really boils down to these 3 things that you see here right in the middle of the screen, right? The migrate, the build, and the extract. And if you ask somebody at Google, they also have a similar vision here where they have the infrastructure modernization for the migrate category, they have the app modernization for the build category, and they have modern analytics for the extract category, right? And each of these, from our lens, has a problem that we saw in the data layer, and I'll talk about more about what I mean by the data layer in the next slide. That's where we thought that we could come together and help our customers with the solutions that we bring. And each of these actually has a persona or a couple of personas tied to them. For example, in the first category, the migrate category, we have a bunch of admins or lines of business owners, or really folks that are part of maybe a cloud center or excellence team, and they're trying to move these traditional monolithic type applications to the public cloud like Google, and they're really held back due to the data layer, because they don't want to rewrite the data layer, they don't want to use object storage or newer types of databases there. They just want to get to the cloud to take advantage of other things like, for example, automatically scaling their demands and not being in the business of doing upgrades or just exiting the data center, for example, right? In the second category, the build category, that's where you're hearing technologies like Anthos and Kubernetes, and that aligns with that app modernization bucket, if you will. And the personas there, again, DevOps engineers, developers that are looking to not really move fast, not be in that business of provisioning anything. They want to consume everything just like everything else in Google Cloud. And the storage should also follow suit like compute does right now.
It's pretty amazing how fast Google Cloud has moved
that's what we're seeing,
just in the last year.
The customers that had built their data pipelines on premises, now they're looking to move those into Google Cloud because of the clear differentiators that Google has in that space with their leading technologies and APIs with machine learning. So if you look at the right side of the graphic, what we really heard from our customers, what was resounding to us was that any solution to these problems should have these things in the common that you see on the right side as it relates to experience. And you hear that all the time, I get it, right? Look and feel, but I'm gonna show it to you, and I'm gonna take you through that experience right here in the demo and how we were thinking about it. And really, not just that it should be exactly like anything else in Google from a control plane standpoint, but also you should be able to flex your capacity up and down as you need to, and the economics should follow suit, all underscored with a really high degree of security and compliance. So this was our mindset when we were developing this partnership and the services with Google. Now I mentioned going back to the drawing board here, like what is really the problem when deploying enterprise applications in Google, right? Why is it so hard? So if you look on the left side, I have the anatomy of a typical 3-tier application here. On top, you have the application layer. You have a bunch of application servers running your code, right? And and in the middleware layer, you again have a bunch of compute running your business logic. And over the years, we've seen that the enterprises have really taken it to that service-oriented architecture, the fine grain, if you will, right? And now they want to take that service-oriented architecture to microservices and even more fine grain type architectures. And it's really not that difficult today with technologies from Google like Anthos or Anthos Migrate. You can really get started there right now and make that decision, whether you do it on-prem or you do it in the cloud, you do it in either of those ways, right? So you can get started quickly, but for the data layer, that's a different story, right?
Uh-oh.
In the data layer, you again have 2 types of structures, if you will, the structured database and the unstructured file layer. And it's easy for you to take that structured database and again, run it on a Google managed database like Cloud SQL, or if you want to go to a NoSQL type databases, you can do that as well and not be in that business of deploying anything, managing anything. right? Or you can even choose to run the database on your own if you want even more control. For example, how you do backups and
roll your
resource
own,
and all that.
install your own SQL,
in the
Oracle,
unstructured
whatever.
file layer, that's where NetApp and Google came together, because there really wasn't a solid enterprise-grade option for our customers to seamlessly, without breaking the business processes or rewriting for object or newer databases, move those apps, right? And as this architecture grows over time, what you see at the bottom of the screen there, the POSIX interfaces, which is your NFS and SMBs, becomes really important to allow that sharing of files in that composite app ecosystem, right? And then obviously high availability is crucial. That if you're running things in production, you want to make sure they're always available. Performance becomes even more important as you grow your application and scale it. The experience for the users is always paramount, right? And then data protection, compliance, regulatory, having the data when you need it, and also copying it for those reasons. That's what we bring to this situation. So turn it back to you, Jeff, if you want to introduce some use cases on a high level, how we're thinking about it, how that aligns with some of our offerings.
Yeah, great, Niraj. I think one of the things that we're going to get into the demo, think about it in the context of the workloads. So we were recently certified for SAP scale-up workloads, things like HANA, which is a big in-memory database. And when you want to basically protect that database, that in-memory database, it needs to be flushed into disk. Our copy on write snapshot technology, et cetera, gives a tremendous performance improvement. And Dave Stump and Scott McCullough will be talking about that after we go through our cloud volumes. But also just Windows workloads, lift and shift. So in Google Cloud, we're the only SMB service available.
Google Cloud didn't have SMB until we showed up with Cloud Volume Service.
You
Fun
look at
fact.
all your services, you'll see cloud volumes there. You click on the cloud volume and you can provision a Windows.
Technically, Azure didn't have NFS either until we showed up.
And that allows you
Azure
then
NetApp
to
files.
scale it up, scale it down, change your performance tiers, et cetera, without having to manage a Windows server to do that and attach all the persistent disk. And in the meantime, you'll save 70%. So that's a great win for us all the time. General purpose NAS, where you're just basically need a file share. 68% of enterprise applications need shared file storage. SAP, of course, but then also a lot of the other applications that you're moving in the cloud. So a very good solution for that. The Google Cloud VMware engine that we just spoke about, which is GCVE, they're launching, and have some really great use cases of being able to snap mirror from on-prem, move those VMs into the cloud and run them there. And then hybrid cloud workplaces such as DR and backup in the cloud. Machine analytics, where you're running a workload in a data center and you want to move a subset of that data into the cloud for things like ML, AI, run, process that.
I missed it, Dan. I'm not sure.
Basically delete those cloud volumes in the cloud and recapture that data back in your data center. So there's all this type of data movement, things like that we can do with our cloud volumes on tap, which brings that enterprise grade on tap and now delivers it across the cloud.
Hey, Jeffrey.
So, yes.
So the SAP HANA certification, is that to a file share when they dump the HANA in-memory database, or is that through structured?
Yeah, I can take that, Jeff. So in SAP, we have multiple use cases, right? So the shared files is one, but the certification that we have is for actually running HANA in a scale-up fashion. So data and log on CVS.
Yeah, so that is data and log files running on the CVS, which is a NetApp file.
Exactly, and we have an hour talk right after this one just on that. And then I also have an architecture slide on each of these that we can have in front of us when we discuss a bit more after the demos.
Okay, thanks.
Awesome. Anything else here, Jeff? Or
no, that's it. You got it, Raj.
All right, I think you got this to introduce our services, some of the services that we have here, Jeff. I know you've only just joined us, but I'd love to hear your perspective. And
Sure. So both are cloud volumes. So you'll hear cloud volumes, which is our strategy for bringing this data fabric into multiple clouds. But in GCP specifically, we're offering Cloud Volume Service. Now, this is the fully managed service backed with a 99.9% SLA. It is available in the Google console from the command line for API calls. It gives you the ability to create volumes as small as 1 terabyte. I think it's actually 4 nines because it's our filers underneath. Performance tiers, which Niraj will walk through. But I like to say you can get started with NetApp now for $4 a day.
Sorry, not filers.
A Frappuccino at Starbucks. Because you're paying only for the volume that you're provisioning, but you're getting all the enterprise capabilities inside of it. So that's our Cloud Volume Service. fully managed service. It is offered with an SLA. You spin it up in GCP. It scales up and down dynamically, and we'll show more of that. But the other product is Cloud Volumes ONTAP. Now, Cloud Volumes ONTAP, or CVO, is effectively our ONTAP delivered as a virtual appliance inside of your cloud of choice. And this is a self-managed service. So you can go and point it at any region that you want to and spin it up. It's a dedicated, it's not multi-tenant, it's dedicated for you. And it will automatically do things such as tiering data between persistent disk or SSDs and into object storage. It does all the data compaction, data deduplication. It does snap mirror, all of the things that you get, the dials and the knobs and dials. That
all
you
the flex and snap words. If you need those, CVO is the right way to go.
Now we bring that into Cloud Volumes ONTAP that's available as a self-managed. We have a cloud management control plane, if you will, called Cloud Manager. Literally, you can take an icon representing your cloud volumes in whichever region it is and drag and drop it, and it'll replicate it no matter which cloud it is. So it's a great multi-cloud control plane. Very excited about that.
Really
so there's
cool.
Two different services. One is the easy button for storage, right? That's CVS. Boom, now you've got your volume. It reduces the amount of bells and whistles and knobs and buttons that you can kind of do with it, but it's completely managed by NetApp and GCP and supported by NetApp and GCP. And then you, of course, have Cloud Volumes ONTAP.
So Jeffrey, Cloud Volume ONTAP has pretty much a fully supported ONTAP environment from data management, data services. Does Cloud Volume Service support like data compression, deduplication, snap mirrors, that sort of copy on write snapshots?
Yeah, we do have basically thin provision snapshots, or we don't refer to it as copy on write snapshots, because 40% of the customers that we're gaining in the cloud are not NetApp customers. There are people who want a volume where you do a snapshot. And so I won't say we've dumbed it down, but we've made it simple to activate and consume without having to be an ONTAP administrator. So in CVS, as you'll see, it's really easy. And by making it easy, we've abstracted away some of those components underneath. But what you just said, all of those features are inside of our Cloud Volume Service. So you're getting all those you're getting all the data protection and data resilience.
What he's not saying is it's not our decision of whether or not we can expose that stuff or not.
Selecting the performance tier for that volume, selecting the size for that volume, and then making it available. And once Niraj walks through that, you'll see. The short answer is yes, it's both, but we don't expose all the features in CVS.
Yeah, and you'll see that when I take you to the demo, why we did that. The model is designed
that is up to the cloud provider, and they're baking it into the UI.
The capacity that you use, gigabyte per month.
They don't want to show it.
So,
you
and we give you an SLA
probably guess
both
why.
throughputs and capacity, right? So again,
I'm sorry, before you begin, I believe on one of the previous slides, you listed a data lake as a really good use case. Can you explain why using a NetApp solution would be better than using the vendor's proprietary object storage?
Yeah. So great question, Nate. So if you go back to that slide, it's really discussing how the enterprises have migrated. It's not saying that's a specific NetApp use case. We do have some people using it for data lakes, but you're right. There's a lot of vendors that have their own proprietary data stores, and we're not trying to say NetApp as a one-size-fits-all for a data lake. It is something that customers use us for, but it's not a lead with use case. These are the slide that I just walked through are our primary use cases.
Yeah, and again, Nate, I think it was Nate, right? So think about it as a data pipeline, right? Lake is just one stop in that station, right? In that pipeline, right? So you have data warehousing, data lakes, and you have applications and data is moving around. So we have a place in that pipeline. If you have a requirement for your application to have that high performance NFS interfaces, then that's what we provide. But eventually, we are not the data lake. You're right. So,
and then we have Anthos, and just to wrap up, that's Anthos with GKE, which is taking our Trident drivers and all of our technology and making that available inside of Google Anthos as a managed Kubernetes environment, bringing all the enterprise-grade storage tiers to a multi-cloud hybrid environment where you can run it in your data center.
Give Jeff a little pass. He's been here 2 months.
Data center and still get those benefits in a dedicated instance fashion.
He's done extremely well.
Customers that use this. Interesting, well done, you're probably very familiar with Ceph. We've had a company that said, look, I was trying to roll my own Ceph in a cloud, was for file services. It was just too complex. this is the easiest way to kind of get started. And it's about reliability and pricing. Because at the end of the day, you know, in the future, customers are going, I say customers or DevOps are going to care about having data available for processing, and probably
if you went from Ceph to CVS, good Lord,
what's going on.
That's like going from a
storage vendor, but we need to make
Chevette
it easy.
to
and, it has to
a
be
7
easy
Series
to
Beamer
consume and still offer great performance. And so I think Prowler IO was very pleased with us. That's why they did this.
Yeah, you're gonna have a really good time if you're making that transition.
Sorry, trying to get the next slide. All right, here we go.
Cool.
Are you good, Jeff?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you, Niraj.
Thank you for that overview, Jeff. So here we go. So from here on out, we're going to focus on a flagship offering, the Cloud Volume Service architecture here that I have. So what I want to do is I want to explain what we were thinking when we're designing this service, and then I have one more slide that will talk about the benchmarks, and then we'll go right into the console after that, and then look at all this.
Before you get there, you mentioned the Anthos. Is it a Cloud Volume Service there, or a Cloud Volume on tap there in Anthos?
In that third category of use case where you saw Anthos with our HCI, right?
That's a CVO. It would be the on tap.
So it's CVO. Okay, thanks.
Correct. Any other questions before we take a closer look at Cloud Volumes? All right, so what is this? Who's using it, right? So this is Cloud Volumes is a fully managed NFS and SMB file services offering in Google Cloud, right? And it is open to all, meaning that you can get started today, right here, right now. You don't have to get whitelisted, or you don't have to get onboarded or any of that, right? The way it's designed is that if you are a Google customer, Google user, you can log into your Google account, which you'll do right now, and then you can consume it from that same navigation menu where you have all of the other Google services, right? So open to all. And then the second key thing to note here is as a regional service. This is where we differentiate from everything else that's out there, right? In that we connect to a Google region. So we are by default highly available in the region, and you can deploy applications in all of the zones in that region and connect to us without having to worry about us going down, right? So when the zone goes down, I mean. And the framework that we use here is called the Private Service Access, which is a very highly robust and secure technology from Google, also used by some of the other Google native technologies like Cloud SQL. And then moving to the graphic that I have here, you see on the top we have the control plane, and on the bottom we have the data plane. So on the control plane on the top, you can access the service using the console, API, CLI, and it's also embedded with cloud monitoring, previously Stackdriver, from a monitoring standpoint. And then one of the things that our customers love about this is that even from a billing and support standpoint, it is completely seamless for a Google user. Google takes first call for support, and even the way it's metered is that you get a single bill from Google with us as a line item when you consume it. And then looking at the bottom, the control plane, again, on the right side, you have the producer project and the NetApp VPC. And on the left side, you have your consumer project where you have your application resources running and your VPC. And then the way we make that connection is using a technology called VPC peering. And really, we spend so much time, there's so much automation going on here so that you as a user or a developer or an SRE or a DevOps engineer really don't have to focus on being a networking expert for Google. You literally just consume it in about a matter of 4 or 5 minutes for the very first volume that you create. All this automatically gets set up for the subsequent volumes to then be able to get spun up even more quicker, like 8 or 9 seconds, right? So that was the idea here, to give our customers something that is automated, highly secure, robust, and also allows them to focus on higher level tasks, not the mundane tasks of implementing things.
I wish I could pause. There's so much I want to say.
If you're familiar with the Google world, shared VPC support is something that our customers were asking, and this reminds me of just how quickly we are innovating here, and how quickly we are taking the requirements in the field and able to add it in our iterations. And we announced the support for shared VPC at beta last year, more than a year ago. And what that does is lets you deploy the topology that 90% of users in Google are deploying. Essentially, looking again at the bottom architecture, you don't have to peer us with every single project, right? If you did share VPC, you can peer us with just a host project, and then all of the service projects in that shared VPC can access us without you having to peer so many times. And it just gives you a nice way to manage and organize your operations whether it's networking or storage.
The unique
or
thing about
projects
Google
or
Cloud is that
different
your
environments
single
like,
VPC
dev tests,
spans
all that.
as many
And then again,
regions
from a
as you
security
want.
standpoint,
You can have as many
we have
instances in the
roles
same
built into Google
VPC
IAM.
across
So you see on
different
top that
regions. That's one of the
authentications
big
through
unique
Cloud
things about
IAM.
Google Cloud.
So this is
Makes
the level of
CVS
work
that much
and
more
integration that
viable
we
because
have
you can
done.
mount
And I'll
cross-region
pause
to
here to see
different
if there's any
workloads
questions on the
in the
technical
same
architecture
VPC.
So far.
It's really clever how they implement with their private
So I've
backbone
got a
that
real quick question here. A little bit earlier, you guys said that it doesn't, most of your customers are not, in fact, current NetApp customers when it comes to like the CVA, or not CVA,
True.
CVS and Cloud ONTAP. Is there a reason for that, or what does the integration look like with the existing ONTAP investment that people might have made?
I'm happy to take that. So the cloud, we have a lot of NetApp customers that are using CVO because they get the instant ability to effectively extend their data center into their cloud provider of choice. So for CVO, the majority of customers probably are, I don't have the exact breakout, but the majority of customers would be existing NetApp customers. And for CVS, it's right there in the Google control plane. So it's literally just go down to the bottom of the control panel and click a button and you can provision a volume. So you don't have to be a pre-existing NetApp customer to use that. And that's where we're getting a lot of uptake with new DevOps centric customers that are new to, taking and building a cloud platform. They need some shared storage for running their web server or whatever.
The real easy way to break it down, if you need all the flex and snap words, if you're an existing customer, CVO. If you're just an app developer or want to run a workload in the cloud, just need storage that'll perform, CVS.
And now you don't have to go through a complicated, data center footprint install, et cetera. You go to the marketplace, you click, and you can deploy it within 5 minutes for your CVO. So there's two options, and we're getting new customers and new logos in both.
So, I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but CVS and CVO and the regular NetApp solutions on-prem, they all interact across this one data fabric? I mean, can you snap mirror from CVS to CVO or snap mirror from CVS to, an on-prem?
No,
that's a great question, and I would say everything is a work in progress. Right now, NetApp on-prem and CVO can speak with each other.
Yes.
CVO doesn't snap into CVS, but CVO snaps to CVO. NetApp snaps to CVO in whatever cloud. So CVO is your universal layer, and CVS, as we started and launched that, and just went GA in November. So it's a relatively new service, and we'll be adding more features. And I can't speak to the roadmap, but I would say that feature is not an unreasonable feature that the product team is looking at.
Again, we want to get out of that mindset of bringing the tool, just leading with the tool, right? What is the problem that we're trying to solve in the cloud? When we were building this ecosystem of our offering, we wanted to allow you to start anywhere, really. So if you feel like you want more freedom and you want more responsibility, sure, go ahead and use CVO. You have the skill set, NetApp skill set already on premises, bring them and use them, and it's a completely different architecture, right? We're running it on Google IaaS versus, this is a premium offering right here, which allows you to start quickly without having to worry about a false start, gives you greater productivity, and really sets you up for modern use cases and avenues down the road and reduce your time to innovation. So it's up to you if you want to use CVO, and we'll help you. But I really don't see a scenario where you want to snap mirror.
Also, do you want a virtual machine backed by the native cloud service storage offerings, or do you want an A700 all-flash FAS 6-node cluster backing your storage? You pick.
So
CVO,
last slide here
CVS.
before I go into the demo. This is where rubber meets the road. So I want to talk about just one slide here, and I put the links here. We have an engineer in our team by the name Chad, the best of the best that I've ever seen.
Oh boy.
He's written a couple of blogs here, and he has a webinar on there's only two knobs, right? Performance and capacity, and how you can tune them. And really what I want to do is to give you the upper limit here. So for NFS and scale out, you're looking at about 400,000 IOPS. This is multi-instance, right? And from a throughput standpoint, you're looking at about 4 gigs of throughput. And that is what we bring today. And we're working with Google. They're always optimizing their SDN. We're always learning. We're always documenting how we're doing the testing in these links. And really what we're seeing is amazing, just about.
So this is CVS, not CVO?
Correct.
Correct. This is CVS right here. This is CVS. Yes.
All right, thanks.
I might be ignorant or I might have missed something. CVS, CVO, the acronyms are?
Cloud Volume Service, which is a managed service. And CVO is a self-managed VM.
We get so wrapped around the axle with these
It's effectively
acronyms.
a VM that
Come
you
on,
can go
guys.
spin up wherever you want to spin it up.
Okay,
CVS
so
is a
ONTAP versus the service.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. CVS is a co-engineered with Google service that's available in their control plane, fully managed, uptime 99.9%. And it abstracts all the complexities of otherwise you would have to go marketplace to spin a CVO, pick the capacity, how much persistent disk, et cetera, and start doing all the stuff. We just integrated all the easy button in CVS. So CVS is get started in 8 seconds and you've got your volume provision.
Yeah, I understood the difference. It's just that I hadn't picked up on the acronym.
Oh, the acronym. Yeah. CVS is the service and CVO is the VM.
All right, so we're going to be looking at how you use these knobs and how this works, right? So with that, let me introduce the demo section that I'm going to go into next here. So obviously we'll go into the console and we'll, there I'll talk about the value and benefits that I didn't cover yet. So we'll do that as we go along. The volume creation for SMB. If the demo gods are on my side, SMB, my Windows RDP is a bit flaky today, but if not, definitely NFS. And that's where I can show you real time, real FIO command running in performance that we can all see together, how you turn those knobs and how you can achieve what you're trying to do. And then that's the second item here, basically. And then we'll see something even more fun after that in the third one, which is where we differentiate than anybody else out there, right? Call it volume shaping, dynamic changes, what have you. But really what it comes down to is you saving costs. If you have that bursty, spiky workload, and if that's one of your strategic reasons to move workloads to cloud, then that's where you can, that is the capability. Automated with our APIs, you can literally save costs on an hourly, daily, weekly, monthly basis, and that quickly adds up. So what I'll do now is I'll come out of this full screen mode, and I'm going to go into the Google console where I've already logged in. Bear with me.
Bonus points for using the Google
Move my
Slides.
Zoom bar here.
If you guys caught that.
Going back to the benchmarks, you don't have anything that would show the types of IO activity are available from the Cloud Volume ONTAP versus the Cloud Volume Service. I mean, are these numbers similar to what's available on CVO or
Yeah, good question. So we have a slide. You can compare the two. They're not similar right now because CVO is running on persistent disk on top of Google IaaS, and it's single node right now. But speaking of CVO in general, we just broke the 500,000 numbers on a different provider, right? So CVO has the capability. We're building it in Google. CVO right now is single node. So to answer your earlier question, we use FIO, VD Bench. You can still use those for either or. We'll be using FIO here.
Okay, thanks.
Awesome. So here we are logged into the Google Cloud Console, and I'm in the NCV demo project, as you see here. And if you click on the navigation menu, the hamburger menu, as Googlers call it, right? So this is where we live. We live right here in this menu at the bottom. And we were the first ones here, right? You see Cloud Volumes right here. I got it pinned to my home section. Clicking on Volumes brings you into the dashboard, which I've already pinned here. So I'm going to do that next. Show you the transition. We're not going and deploying any scripts. We're not going to the marketplace and running deployment manager and waiting for it to complete. It's truly integrated. This is what I mean by experience, right? You're a Google user, you're a developer, you're an SRE. This is what you need. You're trying to deploy, you're trying to make a deployment happen in Google. You can use APIs. So everything that I do in the demo here today, all of that can be done with API and Terraform support that we have. So just to give you some better view here, what I'll do is I'll take out the ID, lifecycle, and state just to give you a clean view. So now you can see that I have some volumes listed here. They're predominantly in central region. I guess I like that region more than the others, but you got East 4, West 2. So you have 6 regions, which we'll look at when I click create. And then you can see the most relevant information you need to see, right? NFS, SMB, the size. And on the left, you have the snapshots tab, the AD tab, which we'll cover in our SMB demo. And then this tab right here, which doesn't work right now because that's the feature that we're coming out with in about a month. And we're super excited about that, but I cannot demo that today yet. So stay tuned on that. And with that, what I'll do next is go click create. And this is where we can talk about the different service levels and what, really in my mind, we require like 3 or 4 fields of input from you and think about what you had to do to provision a volume today in a traditional or classical way, right? So it really amazes me every day when I come in here and I try to create a volume. So I'll give it a friendly name, right? We all need that. We'll call it Cloud Field A, SMB. And we'll pick our central region because that's where I have my Active Directory server. So SMB volumes requires an Active Directory domain controller in your same region and same project, okay? So if, for example, if you were to create this volume in a different region,
if you guys want to see videos of
in
this
that region as well.
detailed stuff, I've got them. They're on my channel here, and there's a playlist down. I think it's called Tech Videos on my main channel right here.
I think I had some notes here. I wanted to do this in a particular way. So what I'll do is, I want to do a premium 5 terabyte. So I'll do premium, and I will skip the snapshot, because what that means here is that if I wanted to create this volume from an existing volume, another volume's copy, and explain where that comes in handy, and I can do that here. We're not doing that here. We're creating a brand new volume altogether. So I'll give it 5 terabytes, as we call it. And I will choose SMB. So you can see right here, we have NFS v3, NFS v4, and SMB available today. And as Jeff mentioned, we are the only managed service provider for SMB in Google Cloud. The other option is for you to do it yourself. And again, that is a barrier already, in so many ways for you to then still pay that fixed cost again all over in the cloud. So we are the only SMB offering in Google Cloud, and the performance is just as I showed you earlier, 400,000 IOPS. Now I talked about shared VPC. This project right here is a standalone project. So we're not doing shared VPC here. I don't have a host and service project here. That's fine. And the network, this is the old VPC, right? This is the VPC where you have your servers and your applications and your resources running. In my case, that VPC is NCV-VPC. So I'll choose that. And you saw that little pop up. So that's where, because it already knows this is for this project, we've already done the plumbing. It's only a one-time set it and forget it enablement flow that we do for the very first volume. Since we've already done that, you don't have to open the G-Cloud command and populate those 3 commands. That's super easy still, right? So we pick that, and then
all of the wiring up happens in that Dropbox right there. That's why you saw that red flash. It was ping, ping, done.
So not only do we allow you to take snapshots on demand from the top left here, but we understand that you don't want to do that before every upgrade or every change or every situation that you're worried about, right? So you want an easy way to automate that as well. So that's what we give you here. We allow you to automate snapshots hourly, daily, weekly basis, predefined retention and schedule. You can plug in what suits your needs. And we won't do that here in this case. And let me make sure before I click save, if there's any questions on SMB volume creation, all right, what you see here.
I just have a quick question. You had mentioned there was a requirement for a domain controller to be in the same region.
Correct.
How about if there was a disruption, just out of curiosity?
Disruption in domain controllers?
Yeah.
You'll have when you deploy AD, you'll not deploy a single point of failure, right? So you'll have multiple controllers in that domain.
Right.
And then you also have Google Manage AD, so you can let Google manage that whole thing. We're working on our integration with Google Manage AD right now. We don't support it right now, but once you have that, then you don't have to go to Compute Engine and like I have my domain controller here. To your point, single domain controller, right? Single point of failure. But that's not a production deployment here, right? So, but what we do is that if I go to AD real quick before I click create, so you understand what is happening, that if I go to is that it's checking for this connection right here. Actually I can click on edit and show you what that form looks like before you save it, right? So let's walk through this here. So you need an account with administrator type privileges, and obviously administrator works always, right? So we're plugging the password, pick the domain name of that domain controller that I have running, give it the DNS. In my case, it's the same. This name right here, the NetBIOS name, is what gets created as a computer object in AD. And then as you see right here, as I mentioned, one connection can only be configured for a single region.
That's fine. Just wanted clarification. Thank you.
Good question. You actually, you corrected me. I should have gone here first before I click create. So thank you. So I'm going to click create now, or save rather. And let's see if my RDP session to my my Windows VM is working. And once again, so you saw in about 5 seconds, that volume, 1 terabyte is the minimum size, right? Got created and it's ready for us to use. So if I look at it up here, there it is, CFD SMB. And once it gets created, you can see that that same NetBIOS name was used, SMB server. It'll add a 4-digit code after that. And then right here, you can see how you can mount this to your Windows instances. And I have one up here running, and I'm going to pull it up right now.
The cheat sheet,
copy this guy right
as
here,
I call it.
And it's just so simple. Comes up. Are you still there? There it is. So part of the same domain. I'm going to go to my computer, and I'm going to have another volume already mounted just for some testing that I was doing. Click on this guy right here, map network drive. Doesn't work inside, so paste. Yeah.
It's got to be a Mac thing.
Copy it. We didn't copy it. Let's try that one more time.
Niraj, we got to get you a new computer, brother.
How easy is it to automate this through an API for automated user setup in a deployment?
Very easy. We have Terraforms that can be used to do the SMB volume creation and also the AD connection. So you can use Terraforms that we have available today to do all of that. So it looks like my sessions may have been timing out. So let me just open up these windows and kind of try it one more time. But you get the idea, right? So if I was to right-click on that map and network drive, then I would just end up with a volume like this. So actually, let's just look at this one right here, right? Since I have a backup one here already mounted. So if I go into this one, no, there's a file that I copied that I had. But basically, let's make another copy.
Yeah, everybody go subscribe to the Tech Field Day channel after this.
Okay,
and even
so you see
find
that I'm
me
copying a file
presenting
from local
at a few of
downloads
them.
to a cloud volume that I created previously. I'll show that to you here. But what I want to do next is show you, if I were to go back to my volume page and take a snapshot, then what kind of VSS integration that we have, right? So while that's being done, I'll go back here, go to volumes, and I believe the volume in question now is this one right here. There's probably that guy, yeah, that one right there. Okay, so we're gonna snap this guy, and let's do that. So simple. Just click on this right here. Click on snapshot, and give it a friendly name. Click create. So once that snapshot is done, it takes really, just a few seconds, right? Let's go back to our page. And let's say that somehow some kind of user error happened or some kind of unforeseen event that occurred that I lost my files, right? So let's say we delete these two. And now I'm in a pickle, right? So what do? I don't have a backup. But the nice thing is that if that snapshot just worked, then if I was to right click here and go to restore previous versions, of course this won't show now, so. Goofy, Brave, Albertani. Okay, let's see. Did I get my volumes mixed up? I don't think so. So forgive me, SMB today has been, I've been running some issues with SMB today, just in terms of my sessions and RDP, but that's the idea. It's all integrated right there. I have a demo on YouTube that Nick Howell and I recorded, and it's available. It shows you exactly that, right? You can go there right now on our landing page and see exactly how easy it is to create the volume, which we did, create a snapshot, which we did, and then use previous version to recover a file just like that. So what we'll do now is we will go and walk through the NFS volume creation just for the interest of time. And then I hope that we can fire up those NFS sessions and really look at that dynamic volume changes. So I'm going to now click on create, and we're on time. Wow, time does fly. So let's do the NFS one right here. We'll call it CFD NFS. So for NFS, it's pretty similar workflow with some changes on how you expose your expose the volume to your clients. So I'm going to pick Sentinel-1 again. And in this case, I want to pick an extreme volume, and I want to give it 1 terabyte because I want to show you how I scale that. So I'll give it the minimum size, 1 terabyte, and the maximum is 100. And we'll choose NFS v3. And here, once again, we will pick our VPC. And then the difference that here is that you have to add the export policy, right? That makes sense. You want to be able to read and write to this volume from a Linux instance. So we'll do right for right now. We'll just add, we'll open it up to all my instances.
So IP-based access control to each volumes. So you can do entire subnets. You can do entire CIDR ranges. You can do individual comma-separated IPs.
And then
fantastic.
My clients happen to be
you can do read-only
V3 right now, so I'll pick V3.
All the stuff you love about doing things in NetApp, we've transitioned a lot of that
so just
with
in a few
export policies
seconds,
up there as well. It's all good stuff.
And
it's all natively baked into the UI too, guys. So, don't underestimate that. Don't undersell that.
What do you guys think about what you saw so far?
We're still in the UI
here, and how did we do? Is this amazing or what?
I'm really looking forward to that replication. When is that happening?
This one? All right. This is coming. I'm not allowed to talk about it a lot yet, but as I mentioned, in about a month or so, you'll see that we'll be making some announcements on replication. And again, this is not going to be from on-prem into cloud. It'll be more from
we got a video coming
to another cloud region, right? And
3 more videos.
And so yeah, that's how much I can get into at this point.
So let's talk a little bit about the integration with GVE, Google Cloud, VMware Engine.
Oh, I gotta stand up, guys.
As I'm looking at these services, and one of the primary challenges is extending storage. You know, if I'm only limited to HCI, the vSAN that comes with it, I'm easily look at these types of solutions. What are some of the supported use cases? Is this mainly for extending for data volumes and running specific types of workloads, or are we talking about native VMware data stores, VMFS file systems running on top of these cloud-based filers?
This is Jeff. Yes, the answer is yes, we can do both. With our Cloud Volume service, that is focused on providing the shared file storage. With Cloud Volume's ONTAP, we can be a data store for the VMDKs.
Cloud Volume service can be used as NFS data stores for your hosts,
a virtual machine from
and
your data center,
NFS and SMB mount points for your
VMs.
VMs.
ONTAP running in any of Google's regions, and that has GCVE, and then launch the launch the VM on CVO storage. And if it's something that is like an RDMS,
doesn't need to be
and you
CVO.
really want to promote that, and within vSphere, you can move that over to the NVMe storage that's within the GCVE hyperscale infrastructure. So it gives you a lot of flexibility with Cloud Volume's ONTAP. Of course, Cloud Volume Service, we're building out these service capabilities because we have to integrate that into Google's portal. So that's a lot of work. It's a co-engineered solution. But with CVO, you run it and you get a lot of those capabilities out of the box. So yes, we can support both shared file storage with CVS and with CVO, but we can also be the VM backing data store with CVO.
So essentially, the first category of use cases is right here, just like Compute Engine, right? If you were talking to Google, if you're moving applications to Google Cloud, we're giving you choices. Google's giving you choices to run them on Compute Engine, or if you're a VMware shop, you want to bring in existing tooling and existing skill set for VMware. Same thing, right? In fact, one of the coolest things that we demoed about 2 months ago is that same NetApp Cloud Volume can be mounted, same volume, on a VMware VM and a GCE VM. So how cool is that, right? You can take a NetApp Cloud Volume, and you can mount it across private clouds within Google. That's how simple, seamless, and powerful this service is.
If the IP has access to the volume, you can mount
just like that. And we actually did a webinar with Google 2 months ago showing that. So that's the first one right here: guest file shares, NFS and SMB within the OS. And again, if you want that high-end performance,
one giant 100 terabyte
if you're
NFS
looking
volume.
At more NetApp
has all your VMs in it.
NetApp
Has
storage,
all your stuff.
Then if I click
just
next,
NFS.
That's this use case right here, data source, as well as DR as well. which is right here. So we support all of those use cases for VMware. And the key thing to note that is that they just announced general availability. GCVE just came out in May. And that same day, we announced our support for GCVE. So just to make a note of how quickly we're also innovating here at NetApp, we're keeping up with the cloud, and we've also got our own offerings that are coming to help meet our customers where they are right now from their point of view, like desktops and like compliance and cost savings and all of that, right? So thank you, Pete, for asking that question. And we covered VMware here. What I'll do is now, since we have only a few minutes left, I'll go back to the SAP slide here and kind of talk about this as an example and for NFS Linux-based applications. And I know the next session, Scott and Dave will be taking you guys through much more detail here on all of the value that we bring and how this is one of the most important workloads for our customers, for Google, for us at NetApp. And they'll take you through the whole detail on that. What I want to do here is just to give you a view here of it could be any application running NFS and Linux, and how if you have multi-zone deployments, then we are in the center right there. As I mentioned earlier, we're a regional service. So you don't have to go to every region and have like a volume, right? You can have that volume for your shared files needs on us, which is already regionally attached. And really saves you a lot of operational complexity and overhead, right? So this is an example for Linux, and then for Windows, again, this Windows right here is a example slide of what a typical Windows architecture looks like, and what industry is not using Windows in their environment, right? Financials, healthcare, oil and gas, you name it. They have so many custom applications built using Windows technologies for the 3 tiers, for the web layer, for middleware. And then what we're seeing is that there's a real gap right now in Google Cloud where they don't have that high-end SMB capability in Google. So that's what we bring. But then this also becomes the foundation for our other technologies in the user space, like Global File Cache or VDI using Itopia, which is a Google partner, or even NetApp's VDI, which is NetApp's virtual desktop service. You can use SMB volumes for user profiles there as well.
So, yes, right. So I guess the question is, how is the data protected across users? So, I mean, I'm a user, I have my own Google volume service volume, and there's another guy over here, he's another user also using the service. How is the data protected between those two and not necessarily accessible between those two? I mean, is it encrypted with something associated with the user, or
they still don't get it?
What?
So everything within the Google Cloud at rest is encrypted, and you would just use your standard Windows NTFS permissions and the way you would do it for just your regular SMB shares.
Oh, right? I want to jump on the stream.
And you can have multiple volumes for different users, or
me and Ray gonna have to have a chat.
But there's nothing extra that's needed or knobs that you can turn on our side. It's on the OS level that you can control all that. Yeah.
I'll talk about it here once they're done.
A similar part of this topic, backups. Is there an integrated backup service that comes along with this for me to move data out of the cloud? I suspect was the best probably way to put it.
Thank you, because I wanted to bring backup in that previous question and I didn't. So thank you for bringing that up now. You saw my volume dashboard. You saw the page for rep. You saw snapshots and replication. Right there, you're going to see backup coming very soon. Essentially, with the catalog to take the data in a cloud volumes and store it on GCS. Check the box, multi-regional, and now you're good to go, right? So that's coming. We have it available. It is based on some of the technology that we've had for a while. So we are working on exposing that to our Google product suite. Don't have a time frame on that yet, but if I was to guess, I would say like maybe by end of this calendar year, we'll give you. But for now, you can use third-party tools. You can use, you can even use our Cloud Sync technology and have the data not just in one region, but also another region synchronized. Or you can synchronize it directly to Google Cloud Storage and then check that box to store it multi-regionally. So those are the options for backup.
Yeah, we have a SaaS platform called Cloud Sync that you can move between different destinations, different clouds, object storage to file back and forth. So we see that need a lot, and so we created a SaaS platform for that.
So as a teaser to the next video, which is going to go into SAP, I want to dig into HANA replication, etc., because SAP HANA breaks most enterprises' strategies for data protection and DR for HANA. So that's just, you don't have to answer it now. It's just a teaser going into the next video.
So great question.
How are we doing on time, Stephen? Do we have more time to cover a GKE use case? And that's really the last slide here, or?
Yeah, I think
Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry?
Sorry about that. You caught me by surprise. Yeah, that's kind of up to NetApp and the second half presenters. Do they have time to go through this?
Again, there's so much going on in NetApp. Each of these one slide use cases, we can spend an hour on each, right? We got so much momentum and so much capability. Just to give you a real quick overview, again, your data problems are data problems, right? They don't just go away if you're containerizing or running it on GCE, GCVE, or GKE, right? You still have to worry about how quickly you're provisioning, where you're wasting, and that value chain from dev stage to prod. So I'll just leave it at that for now, and I'll let Jeff summarize why we're the easy button, what we set out to achieve when we were building this partnership and products with Google, and I think we certainly did that. So with that, Jeff, do you want to close it out?
Yeah, I mean, we really are trying to make a very flexible way for consumption. As we've mentioned, there's CVS, which is literally the easy button for a newbie that just got their account started, and they can go spin up a volume, and it's pretty straightforward, no knowledge of NetApp required, to the expert storage admin that wants to have complete control of, they basically replicate their on-prem environment into the cloud, and for that, Cloud Volumes OwnTap is a great solution. So we try to give the customers offer, we give them options and let them choose which is best for them. But we want to make it also easy across the life cycle. So for the new developers all the way to the experts, administrators, simplifying the line of business. And as Raj said, we're just getting started. I mean, we're across all three clouds.
I didn't realize we had hired Tim Robbins.
We've acquired Spot, that acquisition just closed. That's bringing some new compute-centric capabilities to the cloud. So
if he used Tim
Stephen,
Robbins'
in our next
headshot
we'll
as his Outlook profile picture, I wouldn't know the difference.
Saving customers 90% in their cloud bill. I think they would care a lot about that. And as Raj mentioned, there's it's easy to get started, whether you're CLI, your API, you're in the console itself. We have a lot of tools that we weren't able to walk through that. And then ultimately, now to turn it over to Dave Stump and Scott McCullough, we've taken this platform, this data fabric, and now taken it to run the ultimate of enterprise workloads, if you will, with SAP. And with that, I will turn this over to Dave and Scott, and you can take it up the stack to the very top with SAP. Thank you all, and look forward to any questions there.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Niraj. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for the warm intro. I'm going to bring up my PowerPoint here.
What's up, Karen?
Where did it go?
You on the big screen. Oh.
How about I just bring up the desktop?
All right, while he's bringing that up, I'll just remind y'all that we've got this Discord channel going. So if you look on the Twitter with the CFD8 hashtag, you can figure out where to see that. And he's got some more information about some of these Cloud Volumes topics that we've just discussed. Looks like the slides are up now. Prime image, are you guys ready for them to start?
I am ready.
Yes, we are.
Okay, great. So hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. Thanks for inviting us to the Cloud Field Day. This is a great opportunity to share with you some of the things. I am Dave Stump. I am responsible for the global go-to-market at NetApp across all of our pathways, which we're focusing on cloud today. And how do we work with our clients on adopting or utilizing or leveraging our technology capabilities, tool sets in relationship to SAP workloads, okay? The most popular SAP workload right now is SAP HANA, as Keith has mentioned, and we'll talk a little bit about those type of things, and hopefully we'll address your question, Keith. If we do not, during my discussion, we definitely will with Scott. I've been in the SAP ecosystem as an architect, as a project manager, as an implementer, at a systems integrator, and pretty much in the vendor aspect relationships, whether it was IBM, Clarkson Consulting, NetApp included. I'm going to turn it over to Scott to introduce himself really quickly. Scott, if you're not on mute.
Sure. My name's Scott McCullough. I'm an SAP Solutions Architect for NetApp.
Dave has a little bit more years on me. So I started back in 1998 with SAP, with a global manufacturing company. So 11 years of basis there, and I'll start 11 years in September, helping customers and partners light up SAP on NetApp.
So first question I'd like to ask you, did you know that, who helps SAP run SAP internally, not only their own systems, but their clouds and their development on those clouds? SAP Cloud Platform, Business by Design, it's NetApp, right? So we've had 20 years of a partnership with co-innovation. We've have over 125 and growing, depends on the year and how much they're leveraging our capabilities, our thin provisioning and our flex clone and rapid provisioning capabilities on where that petabyte goes up to 150, goes down to 110, whatever, but right around 125 petabytes. We're a founding member of the COIL Co-Innovation Lab. And if you look at the bottom, I really just wanted to highlight for this conversation, we're in 12 SAP HANA Enterprise Cloud locations. They built their HANA Enterprise Cloud utilizing SAP technologies. And they also have their SAP Cloud, the platform as a service, running on NetApp. So we wanted to focus in on what are SAP clients and what is our point of view of what we see from our clients, as Scott and I and the rest of the team go out and talk to clients about what they're trying to get done with SAP. And almost every one of them is looking at this opportunity for digital transformation. If they're looking at S4 HANA or Suite on HANA, BW on HANA, or any type of workloads with HANA as an underpinning, they're looking at it as an opportunity to either retool internally or looking to leverage the cloud for that faster deployment, the cost reduction. As Niraj said earlier, Niraj and Jeff, the easy button, right? So I want to get to a platform as a service. Scott utilizes it, and he tells me every day how great. He's like, if I had this stuff, I'd probably still be doing operations. So don't make a face, Scott. You like the operations. So, but the challenges of doing this in the cloud, right? That's why we have Spot. That's why we're looking at managing infrastructure, right? Because you can get scope creep, right? Cloud crawl, you start getting these surprise bills on your workloads. I think Scott ran into this one time when he forgot to turn down his demo environment. He got a bill and he had to come to me and ask me, hey man, I won't let it happen again. But anyway, so the downtime, right? So there's sometimes downtime, right? With the high availability aspects that everybody's looking for, specifically around data, because compute is light, data is heavy, right? Data you have to manage and you have to be able to have it available. Hybrid integration, they're looking to that, but I see more and more where they're doing cloud only, right? So as Scott will tell you when he's doing his demonstration, he spends probably 24 hours a day working with clients on how they're going to get onto the different cloud offerings that we have available. So how do we address that? So I'm going to try to get rid of this. Okay. So what if your SAP projects could get to the cloud, in that migration without headaches? So Jeff brought up several times, right? Using SnapMirror, block-based replication into CVO, right? Use that as a jump server to get into CVS because you can't get SnapMirror there just yet. You could use Cloud Sync and LAN. The idea is it's so easy to provision and manage these applications and the data stores when you're using CVS and CVO. CVS is even more platform as a service because you set it and forget it. Niraj was showing you how you just have two dials, right? You have a capacity dial and you have a throughput dial. And you adjust those dials to the specific needs of a workload or the workload within a workload. And what I mean by that is, am I running finance? Am I running sales and distribution? Am I running warehouse management, et cetera? So, and also what we show you with those, and Scott will show you a use case that we like to, in SAP, call system refresh. And those system refreshes are instrumental in how do I implement and deploy and test and deploy SAP applications. So when I first got into implementing SAP, one of the higher level executives at the project came up to me and said, "Dave, it's all about the testing, stupid." So it's all about the testing. It's still about the testing. And then the second piece is, how do I train? Because if I don't train my people properly, they're not going to use the system properly, and I'll end up with that's where I get junk data, incomplete transactions, et cetera. So if I could show you how to change and adapt from that waterfall approach of testing, integration testing, user accepted testing, et cetera, when I'm trying to go live, that Jeff was talking about earlier. If I could show you how to compress that and turn it into very more agile-like, DevOps-like, and do parallel testings around these environments and integrate at the end. And while doing all that and accelerating the project, I'm actually removing risk because I'm actually testing deeper into the data set and wider through the business scenarios. So, and that's where, and I focus in on how do we use the snapshot, the provisioning, the flex cloning, the light provisioning, those capabilities that we bring not only to on-prem, but more importantly to cloud now, right? And giving those capabilities to people within the cloud, they've always had it with the VMs, and they've always had it with infrastructure as a service on the compute side. Remember, compute's light. We're now starting to bring that to our clientele with the light aspects of making data lighter than it has been before.
It's a good way to put it. Really good way to put it.
Why aren't you moving? Okay, there we go. So what I wanted to talk about here is, right, don't really focus on the visual on the left, on the right. On the left, GCP, NetApp CVS, Cloud Volume Services, which we just went through in detail. With Azure, with their CVS offering, they call it Azure NetApp Files. And with NetApp, we have all-flash fashion FAS, right? So if you wanted to attach that to the HCI with the GKE Anthos engine, whatever you wanted to do from that aspect, all three of these offerings that we have for our clientele run the gamut of where you want to put your data, and they all are certified to run SAP HANA. And there was a question earlier that I heard about whether this was just shared files. This is shared files, user SAP trans, interface directories, home directories, and data and log files. So the actual OLTP engine, where it stores its redo logs and where it dumps its data volumes out to, okay? And you can also use the shared files for your /backup if you wanted to do your stream, when you do your stream backups. But Scott will talk a little bit more about how we see a better use of snapshot technology for time saving. So we'll talk about that in a couple of seconds.
So a couple of questions on the use of the underlying storage and how you guys are enabling SAP HANA. If you've ever been in a high availability infrastructure for SAP traditionally, the database and database replication is probably the #1 way to protect your SAP environment, with some automation around restarting services and moving your individual instances so that you can remain highly available.
Yes.
What have customers, if anything, done using NetApp to mitigate some of the ways in which SAP has broken that methodology with an in-memory database for HA? Because I don't think I'm as concerned about DR in the cloud environment as much as I am high availability of services. So when my app servers go down, or when I lose a database instance, etc., how do I recover quickly and keep my services running?
It's a good question.
Scott, would you like to take that question? I'm sure you're pen up this talk, right?
That's a great question, Keith. And it's a very common one. If you look at what is the common architecture to light up a SAP HANA environment for production within Azure, it's leveraging, as you said, database replication. Instead of shared stores like the old Veritas and Sun clusters used to do, HANA has unique storage for each node, node 1 and node 2. HSR works great. In fact, most customers want to leverage that. And then they put Pacemaker around that. We are actually work fine in that environment. What we can also do, so what HSR is really giving you is protecting you from a physical VM going down. It doesn't protect you from the more common, I put something into production, something's broke, all of a sudden we have data corruption. And I mean data corruption, not like the database won't start, I mean something's broke within the application. With HSR, that change is also on the other side. So we like to say we cover the logical errors because we can take a picture of the HANA database. It's application consistent. We leverage the Azure NetApp files snapshot ability. HSR is handling if you lost a physical server. So HSR is handling what you were saying, the HA. We're handling, you know what, the more common errors we see is somebody doing a human error. And those logical errors, the only way you protect yourself from that is doing backups. And we can do those very efficiently and very fast.
Yeah, and the other part, Keith, so if it's a scale up, that's exactly the way you would do it. If you do it a scale out approach, you'd use an NFS file system, and then you have the +1 server, and you have that as a failover server. So if one of the engines in the database, you might have, say, a 7+1, you have 7 worker nodes. And if one of those nodes go down, the standby node would then pick it up. And we utilize our NFS capabilities and our tie-ins. And on top of that, we can provide that. At the same time, the integration in the HANA Studio, so you can have those snapshots. And there's it's no coincidence that SAP, when they talk about snapshots, they have a HANA snapshot, which is an application consistent snapshot within the data set. We have snapshots at the storage level. The reason why they use that terminology is that they've become so accustomed to the capabilities that we provided to them over the last 20 years, utilizing those snapshots internally.
Yeah. People
so
we spoil
one
people.
of the chats that's going on in the back channel is that for those of us that speak SAP, it's like from outsiders looking in, it's like the term Smurf. Hey, how do you Smurf that? How do you Smurf that? So can we, just for this discussion, can we differentiate when we're talking about SAP applications and SAP HANA, the database? I know it blurs sometimes, but it's confusing for anyone who isn't used to the everyday nomenclature.
Yes, Keith. So good point. Primarily, everything we've been talking about right now is HANA, the database engine. We have not been talking. So when Scott talks about HSR, HANA system replication, that's at the HANA database level. Okay. So we haven't been talking anything about HANA Studio is pretty much the studio that helps you manage your instances. Okay. So it is all, we've been talking about database engine and database application. We have not talked about like sales and distribution, or, I did bring it up in the very beginning with BW. They're the different components that will reside in HANA from a functionality perspective. But everything that Scott and I have been talking about primarily has been about HANA Studio, HANA system replication, and HANA database engines running on NetApp storage. Did that explain it? Did that clear it up for the audience?
Yeah, it clears it up. But sometimes just us in the SAP community, sometimes we'll generically refer to HANA as SAP. So just watch that nomenclature.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, we tend to use a lot of acronyms, just like every other technology, right? So we'll try to stay away from that. Okay, so the key to this slide, a lot of words and everything, just look at the acceleration piece, right? We use flexibility, scalability, simplicity, right? And Scott, Niraj showed you the simplicity, right? Point and click, a couple clicks, and you're off to the races. You have NFS stood up. In typical cloud scenarios, if you're using virtual hard disk or ultra hard disk or whatever the label of it is, you have to install those, provision those, get them attached to a VM, install that VM, get a logical volume manager running, get NFS exports, right? Create that FS tab, do all that. And then on top of that, after you get it up and running, you have to monitor and you have to make sure that it continues to run, right? Especially if you're using it for user SAP trans and those type of things. User SAP trans is where my user binaries are and things of that nature. So what we do is we show you how to utilize this cloning capability, and Scott's going to show you a refresh, but we can use it for testing systems, and we can use it for training systems, et cetera. And what it is it's really utilizing this technology and capability so you can fail fast, fail often, succeed faster, right? The whole mantra of agile DevOps development. For sake of time, I think I'm going to roll through this slide, but we talked about minimize downtime, grow as you go.
Yeah, go.
Right, a secure network. So somebody asked about the security of CVS and CVS, since they're residing in tenants that you have and domains that you have that you lease from your cloud provider, in that case was specifically Google, you're going to rely on their capabilities around network security and things of that nature. And then we reside within that domain. Okay.
And they encrypt everywhere, for the record.
So,
you guys might have heard that on the week one
protect
keynote
without
earlier this
penalty.
week from Thomas.
And what we mean by that is
Google Cloud.
there is no additional fee for that. It's wrapped into the service, and we don't have any performance penalty when you turn on.
And they
those
enforce that on us in CVS, for the record.
So
everything's
some
encrypted.
of the 4 main use cases, right, that we see with our cloud volume services, whatever the label is, it is available in several clouds, and is truly around HANA production. That's the data and log volumes. Shared files, very, very popular, especially because those shared files can get very, very large. and they're very key to what you're trying to do. With applications, you have intermediate documents, right? They call it iDocs. That's how you get your transactions from your clientele through EDI transactions. There's other things when you talk about interfaces, flat files, integration, other systems like Cognos for time cards and such like that. You might be trying to bring that into your human and capital management system. All right, dev test. We talked about that, and I think you'll see it a little bit more when you see the demo. And then disaster recovery, right? So disaster recovery is really good. That's where we see CVO, as Jeff was talking about, using SnapMirror block-based efficient replication. We see a lot of clients, existing NetApp customers, saying, why should I build myself out another DR data center now, right? I should just put it into the cloud, because the only time I really need to pay for the compute is when I'm testing my DR or using my DR. If I'm doing storage-based replication, I don't ever have to have another engine of compute at the target system.
So one question, is CVS support cloning?
Yes.
Scott, he's saying yes.
Yeah. I'm sorry, go ahead.
CVS, right?
CVS, yes.
Well, we support copies. We don't support a clone in that it is its own independent volume that you pay for. So today we have copies, but not clones.
Yeah,
but it's quickly
we do clone it. We do clone it. We use cloning technology to make it available.
Cloning to a new volume.
So if you have a 4 terabyte volume and you want to make a copy of it, you don't have to wait for that 4 terabytes to be copied before it's available. We create an image of it and then we copy it on the backside.
But you're still going to get billed for 4 terabytes.
So are you guys going to walk through like that whole workflow? Because the technical capability, what you're explaining, I'm automatically fast forwarding in my head what that means for an organization from a speed and agility perspective. Like typically, whether it's HANA or legacy disk-based databases, to get up a training environment, to get up a development environment, to provision all of this took me 3 to 6 months for each landscape. Like, are you guys going to get to how this kind of solves that problem?
I'm going to turn it over to Scott so we can have the demo, Keith.
We've been doing that for years, Keith.
So everybody knows.
Years.
Keith, the checks
now we're doing it in
Thank
the cloud.
you very much, because this is exactly what we wanted to talk about. So I'm going to give the reins over to Scott. Scott, just let me know when to advance the slides. And then when we're done doing the presentation, we're going to get into your demo. Okay?
Yes. And Keith, the demo basically is spot on what you just said.
Yeah.
These slides, just a quick overview. The HANA data.
Let me go find a white paper from 2012 when we were doing this.
For scale up or scale out, we're certified in Azure for scale up as well as scale out and +1. For GCP, as Niraj said, we're certified for scale up. There we go. So when customers ask me, first question is HANA certified? And the answer is yes. So as of November 2019, when Azure was certified, ANF certified for HANA, my calendar has been chock full from about January until, I'm literally speaking 8:30 tonight with Australia folks, looking to leverage ANF for their HANA deployments. It's really simple. After the certification question comes up, the second question is like, what does it look like? And I'll get into my demo to show you what it looks like. But the screen here in the bottom right, the data and log mounts, those are typically presented. If you're using Azure Disk, it's a bunch of persistence disk striped together, logical volume manager, you mount it. I ran Fiber Channel for over a decade. It works, it's great. Persistence disk works great. It's certified, it works. The issue is the complexity and administration ability on that compared to a simple NFS mount coming into your system. The simplicity is huge. And when customers see so it's just an NFS mount, correct. And it hits the performance requirements for HANA, as well as the HA resiliency. Now, some of the file systems that Dave's saying, like UserSAP trans, interface is a huge one. Interfaces doesn't need that type of performance. It definitely needs highly resilience. So how do you do that without using ANF? You light up a pacemaker HANFS cluster. When you do that, you basically get highly available NFS exports. But the issue is you have a minimum of 2 virtual machines. You usually have 1 or 3 SBD devices, SCSI initiators, to essentially do the tiebreaker. So you have about like 5 VMs to do HANFS. ANF
What hypervisor are you using? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Within ANF. I'm sorry, not within Azure.
When he says ANF, he's saying Azure NetApp Files, which is our CBS product in Azure. So when he uses the ANF acronym, that's the Azure NetApp Files.
So it doesn't matter which type of instance I'm connecting to, whether I'm running in a virtualized instance or one of the 24 terabyte instances that Google provides. That's just insane. That's irrelevant.
Correct. It works the same.
Okay.
You can get the next slide. I'll get. There we go. Let's do the next one. I mean, this really goes into the backups. So hit build out this slide. One more. This is what we're talking about, taking pictures of the HANA database. It's nothing that NetApp or Microsoft created. It's actually SAP code within the database. I believe it came out in H1.0 SPS 5, and it's available with HANA 2.0 SPS 1 through 5. It allows you to take a consistent global synchronization point on an in-memory database to the persistence layer. The caveat is you have to ensure you have a disk subsystem that can take a quick and efficient snapshot that doesn't do a performance hit. So that's the caveat. So you can leverage this technology with ANF. You have a fast snapshot. With HANA snapshot, which shouldn't be confused with a storage snapshot, both of those together give you application-aware snapshots from the HANA database. Meaning, Keith, to your point, when you want to refresh a training system or a QA system, those pictures of your data for production can absolutely be used for a recovery point, but more often than not, you don't restore a database in production. You replicate the issue in a QA sandbox system, fix it there, and then transport those changes into production because production's always moving. Those pictures of the database allow you to do that quickly and efficiently. Can I do that with native file backup or third-party backend? Yes. The difference, for my instance, when I ran SAP, that would have been about a day and a half to refresh an environment. And when I talk to customers,
the other practical instance is that SAP DBAs, basis DBAs, don't trust storage snapshot technology.
Oh, yeah.
The fact that it's integrated into SAP and you're pressing the SAP button versus pressing a NetApp button or insert storage provider here. I've just never gotten any DBA, let alone a SAP DBA to trust anything outside of the SAP ecosystem.
That's correct. And I'll be the first. I work for NetApp, but I'm not really a storage guy. I'm more about how to leverage the infrastructure to help the SAP system help the business. And to your point, that's exactly, if I go to a shop and say, look, we're going to take a snapshot of your system. The DBAs as well as the basis people. I mean, I was a basis person for 11 years. I would say, well, it doesn't mean anything to me. Maybe UserSAP trans interfaces, yeah, it's unstructured data, it works fine. But for a database, Oracle DB2, SQL, ASE, HANA, I need some type of quiescing. And that's what
we've been doing this on Oracle for decades.
The HANA database. You just have to have a storage subsystem that can take advantage.
It's all driven by the database.
And those 3 commands are exactly
leverages
what
and
they
calls
are. We have
the storage
tools.
snapshots.
Microsoft has a tool
when it's
called
ready.
AZAC Snap that orchestrates
very
this.
Similar.
NetApp also has a tool called Snap Center. Again, that orchestrates this. They're both different tools. Both have pros and cons. At the end of the day, they orchestrate the same exact workflow.
Yeah.
So
that's it.
Slide,
they orchestrate the same exact workflow regardless of the tool you're using.
Time check. You only have like 2 minutes on that. You have 2 minutes on that next slide, Scott.
Yeah.
And everybody in the audience, when Scott, and he's been doing a lot of Azure NetApp file work, as you can tell, he uses the ANF acronym all the time. But when he says ANF, the same capabilities and functionality that you're used to and what you hear from him conceptually works the same manner in the same regards in CBS GCP. So
that's correct.
Cloud Volume Services equals ANF from an acronym perspective. Okay.
And I apologize for that. I just been heads down with, we just got certified for GCP, and hopefully that'll be ramping up just like ANF is. And
that's a lot of
Keith,
work.
To your last comment, you said you wouldn't trust it if it wasn't integrated into the tool. This is a screenshot of what SAP HANA or SAP Basis Administrators would be used to. The difference is in the right-hand column, it says snapshot. More likely they're familiar with file or backends. This is a snapshot, but it shows it's 100% integrated into the application. All right, Dave, can you stop sharing? I'll share my screen.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
buddy.
It's all yours.
All right. Where is my Microsoft Remote Desktop? All right. So as Dave said, I do have a demo system in Azure. What I'm showing you here today, you can do the same thing within CVS. I just happen to have my demo lab lit up in Azure. I will also say my demo lab is very, very small. They're not leveraging M-series VMs because I'm being kind to my boss's credit card. Let's just say that. So they're very tiny, but they're functional, so they work. The one thing I was showing,
I think we're all going through that
in here. So what I was showing before on the PowerPoint, this is what it looks like on the actual system. This is my demo system, but if you go to any SAP HANA shop, it's going to look similar, albeit the SID, the 3 letters, QB1. So my environment, QB1 is my production system. You can see on the right-hand side, those mounts would look familiar if you're familiar with HANA. On the left-hand side, it probably looks a little bit different. This is leveraging Azure NetApp files. Again, CVS would look very similar. It's an NFS share. If you run SAP, then you've been using NFS shares or CIF shares if you're in Windows for global file systems. We can leverage that same mount points, that same mount type for the actual
and all standard
database.
Linux stuff. Put it all in your Etsy FS tab, and it mounts right up.
I've been running SAP
on boot.
long enough to know it's complex. If you can make a system less complex, you reduce risk, and you just make it a little bit easier to run.
It's similar to Oracle as well.
Does.
U01, U02, U03,
really,
all that stuff.
I mean, it does
same
make
concepts.
things simple. It does make things easier. But the data management part, what Dave was speaking about in his PowerPoint, is what we really go after. And what I have here, let me set up this situation. I'm going to use an actual use case that my previous shop had. And what I found doing this for almost 11 years with other customers around the world, it's very similar. So every SAP shop thinks they're special. At the end of the day, we share a lot of the same issues with users, as well as making this application run for your business. So in my environment right now, I have 2 systems. I have a QB1 system. We'll say that's my production system. And we'll say SB1. SB1 would be my QA system or sandbox. I don't have transactional data and I don't have application servers. Again, I'm being cautious of my boss's credit card, but I am creating users, which is similar to just a sales order, a delivery note. It's a record within the database. So Keith, to your point, if I took a snapshot of the storage system without quiescing, a user wouldn't come back. You got to have a quiesced state. So that's why I basically just use simple users. My use case when I was working as a basis administrator, we were changing the sales order screens. And if you're a geek about basis, is the VA01, VA02 sales screens. It contained about 30 plus transports. And if you're not familiar with SAP, a transport is a change within the application. In this case, it was a much larger load than normal. 30 plus transports was a pretty big change. The basis team supports the business. We also support the business process teams. So sales and distribution worked with customer service to change these screens. In my demo, I basically say, look, here's my user Mark. Mark is representing those 30 transports that we're going to change our sales order screens. What happened when we moved these transports into production, we did it on a Wednesday evening. I remember this really well because it wasn't a good evening. We moved them into the evening. About 3 a.m., Germany started calling because they couldn't enter orders. Didn't think anything much of it. When I got into work in the US on East Coast, about 7 a.m., the help desk was already at my cube, as well as customer service manager. We were taking sales orders by pen and paper because the sales order screens were not working. Here's the issue. Here's what's similar to every SAP shop. Within SAP, what happened was, in my example, let's do this. I'm going to create a user called Luke. And here's my user Luke now, refresh. So this user represented the sales order screens. Obviously, it's different. Mark is different from Luke. We were having issues in production because the transports that went in long story short, they went in a different order. The order is very critical when you put changes in. We didn't know, but the order was incorrect when we put these in. The other issue is we couldn't reproduce this within our QA system. The QA system was working fine. The issue was in real production. We have plants already doing deliveries. We had HR, we have finance. 3/4 of the SAP system's working. Sales and sales was not. We were basically taking orders by pen and paper. So what do? As a basis administrator, you think about, you can't restore the database. Could I with a snapshot? Absolutely. But you can't do that because it's so much integration happening. Dave likes to say, what's the good thing about SAP? It's integrated. What's the bad thing? It's integrated.
It's integrated.
You can't simply restore that one file or a database. You got to refresh your system. In my environment, let me do this. So my test environment, my SB1 is my test system. If I had, Dave says I was excited about using Azure with SAP, and I am. The ability to spin up another VM and basically get this sandbox up and running is unique into the cloud, where I was on basically in my data center. I didn't have that ability to easily spin up machines. So in my demo environment, I'm going to shut down the HANA database.
Show it.
And then reuse this system for like a system refresh. As
Show
the database
screen.
is coming down, what I also need to do is I got to take a picture of my production database as it sits right now, because last night's backup, if it was before the transports, doesn't really help me. I need to have a system right now. What does it look like? Remember that PowerPoint that I was showing you before, the SQL statements. The SQL statements are as simple as what you see on the screen. Now, I said before, we have tools to automate the orchestration of this, and we do. Microsoft has a tool. It's command line. It's .NET. It's a JSON-driven file, very customizable. NetApp has a tool called Snap Center. It's a Windows-based GUI that does the same workflow. There's pros and cons with everything in this world. The tools do the same thing at the end of the day. Really depends on what you want. In my case, I'll show you what our Snap Center tool does. So if I scroll over to Snap Center, here's my resources. Now I've already have a resource created, QB1. This is what we'll say my production system. I want to back up the system right now. So I say back up now. There's a schedule for it. I say go. What's happening from a HANA perspective? Let me see if I can catch it.
Tail it.
HANA data, SID, mount 1. Check this out. You know how Dave said SAP liked our snapshot so much they named their snapshot after ours, the storage snapshot? They actually do. You go into any SAP HANA environment and you do this SQL statement, it will create an HDB001 file system.
By the way, all this works across all major
snapshot
tier 1
data
applications with Snap
That
Center,
is
by the way.
the
Just want to throw that
physical
out there.
file that
Oracle,
gets created
Exchange,
as a
SQL, everything.
checksum, the binary file that HANA creates.
VMware.
That, in addition to a snapshot of the data volume, remember the data volume on ANF, gives me that application consistency. Just doing one or the other doesn't work. So the orchestration tools are making sure that workflow is taking effect. You can do that by hand. I have customers that actually create their own tools to do that workflow. It's just important to understand it's very simplistic once you see how it works. So let's jump back over to Snap Center here. Let me click on this. So the application quiesce part, that's when it actually creates the HANA snapshot. It created the ANF snapshot already, and it's finalized the workflow. If I go back to that screen, and I do another long listing of that directory, it's gone. And that's the workflow. Creating the HANA snapshot, doing the Azure NetApp file snapshot, or in your case, if you're in CVO for Google, doing the GCP CVS snapshot, and then basically taking the database out of that quiesce mode. Now here's the other cool thing. Keith, you'll like this. So if you go over to the HANA database, the HANA catalog, here's my system database catalog for QB1. If I hit refresh, you can see there's another snapshot there. Now the other thing to understand, we have customers with, well, one customer has a 48 terabyte scale-out database, but the snapshot from the SQL command line as well as the ANF, they're about the same time. It doesn't matter if I have a 0.5 terabyte database or a 6 terabyte database. The process is the same. That's why when customers hear about this ability, they're not familiar with it because their subsystem that they were using before didn't support fast snapshots. When they hear that Azure and Google now have the ability to do these fast snapshots, the first question is, well, how do you leverage it? It's exactly what we're going over here. Here's the other thing. If you see over on the right-hand side, it's kind of off my screen, but if I hover over the EB ID, that's the external backup ID within the HANA catalog. It has a unique date and timestamp and a unique number. It's a little bit easier here to see it on the comment screen. This is how we tie in the two. The external backup ID has a unique date and timestamp. We'll say 0352. If we go over to the Azure NetApp Files portal, here's my dashboard. Here's my account, US East. And here's my volumes. Now remember, the volume that I was using, QB1 HANA data, that is the volume that is running my source QB1 production system. If I go to snapshots, and when snapshots come up, it will show you all the double click.
Uh-oh.
It'll show you, if my screen refreshes,
Stream went kablooey.
all the snapshots within that volume. I promise it does. Let me go back in.
It does. I can confirm. There they come. All right.
There we go. It's loading.
Loading. There we go.
So that
And
snapshot,
voila.
3052.
There it comes. Now
Go
it's
back over to the HANA catalog, 3052. That's how we
0352.
connect the snapshot in the HANA catalog to the Azure NetApp file snapshot. Now remember, that's an application consistent picture of the database. Here's the next thing we want to do. QB or SB1 should
Fully
be down
restorable,
right
smoking
now. If we look at the
hole
file system on
scenario.
SB1, it
There's
looks
your
very
data.
similar, albeit a different
Like that.
SID. On the left-hand side of the screen, you see that is my volume right now that I'm using for, remember the user mark, the correct sales orders were always working in the our sandbox here. HANA is down right now. The one thing I want to do is a system refresh. The first thing I'm going to do is unmount this data volume. And why am I doing that? I'm doing that because I want to create a clone from the picture that I just took from my source system. In SAP language,
Here it
it's called a
comes.
system refresh. If you're not leveraging Azure NetApp Files or GCP CVS, you're doing a file backup and file restore.
Yep.
It's a long process.
Yep.
This is much easier in that from that snapshot that we have, I can do a few things. One of them is if I hit revert volume. That's actually reverting my volume in place. I don't want to do that because production is running. What I want to do is restore to a new volume. And what I want to call this, I'll say QB1.
So not only do you get a recovery point, you can clone it to a brand new volume to create a sandbox or
Give
an
it a
additional
size, say
point of recovery to
900s.
mount back to your workload.
Hit next and create. Now, as Dave was saying before, what we're happening right now is Azure NetApp Files is giving the ARM, the Azure Resource Manager, the directions of, hey, create a new volume based off of this snapshot. From a NetApp technology, we're creating a flex clone and then we're splitting it into the background. So we are taking the full storage footprint. If I was a 4 terabyte volume, I will have a 4 terabyte volume when this process completes. The caveat is I can mount the volume before that process is finished. Unfortunately, there's no static or status bar or no time clock. What I usually do is I go into my operating system. Now remember, I updated that volume with .2. So before I mount it, from a system admin point of view, I'm going to etc via my FS tab.
There you go.
Look for clone, say 2, get rid of that space. And the reason I do that is because look at all the mount options. This is the same thing as if I was using persistence disk. You got to make sure you use the system parameters that are tuned for your subsystem. In our case, we're using NFS v4.1. We have it tuned specifically for that. So it's important that we use all the correct mount options. So if I just update my volume name, I should be able to say mounts HANA data SB1 mount. And this
Look,
is the part
his
where
volume
it's not
creation
yet done.
just completed.
So if we
Done
go
that
back in the
fast.
portal,
Full clone.
you can see this is basically running. It's complete. Let me try it again. Come on. Come on. There we go.
This is eerily familiar.
You called it
Back in the
dash
old
2.
days.
Did I? Good catch.
I'm not sure, so don't blame me.
Let me jump. I can easily go back in the portal and just verify that. Let me go to dashboard, US East. Come on. There we go. Let me go into volumes. Get this open.
Fat fingers.
Wow, this is really slow. HANA data clone 2. Let's go to volumes. What did I call that guy? Dash. Good
Dash
catch.
2.
Who was that? I owe you a beer.
More a Scotch person, but thanks.
I owe you scotch. Let me mount that back up. All right. So that was one operation I had to do at the operating system side. Basis people usually say, is there anything else I need to do? And if you look what I did, if you understand the workflow we just did, we took a picture of production, we cloned it to QA, I mounted it. One other thing. So check this out. HANA data, SB1. What do you think it is? It's this, and it makes sense, right? This is my source system, QB1 ADM. So what I have to do is the only other operation I have to do is change ownership. I can spell. Oh my.
That's the worst.
SB1 ADM star. That allows me to have ownership of the files. One other thing I want to show you. Remember that file that got created when HANA was in a quiesce mode on my source system? Well, it's there. And that makes sense, right? Because I took a picture of the database in the quiesce standpoint from an ANF point of view. I cloned it to my target system. It is basically at that point in time. You can now, for time's sake, there is a executable that you can do on this. HDB backup check as CityADM. You can get more information about that file. Date and timestamp of when the snapshot took place. Name services, versions. There's a lot of information within that executable file that SAP puts in there. That's how an in-memory database can get a consistent backup by leveraging HANA ability to do this global synchronization point with a storage-based ANF snapshot.
Basically, Keith, he just showed you how to smurf your
may not
smurf.
realize the significance of this because if you work in container world or worlds where the data resides in a VM, this is kind of like, oh, okay, this is VM snapshotting. But that capability, bringing that capability to SAP, specifically an in-memory database, where it's unlikely to run inside of a VM, is a big deal. And these transports and the ability to create workflows, to create different environments, et cetera, is where the value is at. That's just for context for folks who either watching this video or for my fellow delegates. We just didn't have these tools. And we don't have the VMware type tools in HANA because despite what VMware says, it doesn't make much sense to run production inside of a VM.
Right.
Absolutely.
So, and to build on that, Keith, so the scenario I like to use and the tagline or whatever you want, the mantra, it's time machine for SAP, right? So if you understand time machine for your MacBook, we're giving you time machine where you can go back and revert to any time as long as you have a snapshot to do it.
Yeah.
And it's even better than that because I can clone off of that timeshare, that time stamp, right? So now I can go back where Scott said, he's shown you how he's going back before they put the transports in that made Mark, Luke, whatever it may be.
Mark was a good one. Not to say they're not. They're both good.
But you can also go back a week. You can go back 2 weeks. So if you're doing a lot of agile testing and DevOps, and there's times when you test something and you say, was that the last iteration of that test? Well, you don't know because you don't have the system anymore. Here you do. You can go back and make a clone of that system from a week or 2 weeks ago and look at what that testing system looked like in test cycle 1 or test cycle 5, whatever test cycle it was. So those type of things you really can bring to an SAP and really accelerate the implementation because you don't have to spend so much time hunting things down. Sorry, Scott.
No, it's actually, that was perfect because I lost connection to my RDP session. So let me try log back in. But as Dave said, that picture of the database, and Keith, to your point, that's why I get excited about this stuff. Within the last 5 minutes, it's the ability to take application consistent pictures of the database that basis people will have control over to do these system refreshes, to do just like my environment. We had to hurry up, adapt to what we had an issue. We quickly got a system up to the SD, the sales and distribution people. They, you know what, before we actually gave it over to them, we did the same exact thing as we did on our production system in this demo. We took a picture of it because what I wanted them to do, if it was truly a transport ordering issue, which it turned out it was, I wanted them to at least produce it 2 or 3 times before we did that again in production. So we took a picture of the QA system. We turned it over to the SD people. I still, Jess McGinty, wherever you are, I think he's retired now, bless his soul. He was the one who understood the transport sequence and fixed it. We reverted back to a baseline. I said, all right, this is a picture of the production database that we just took. Do the transports again into QA to see if we get the same results. We did. That point, we knew for sure because we're using a fresh copy of production. We put those transports into production. Thank God we had customer service back and running again. But understand SAP, I mean, we were shipping, we were doing HR, we were doing finance. The system was still working. We just had something broke that we had to quickly adapt to it. And I get a lot of times like it's just storage or it's just ANF, it's just a PaaS, platform as a service. And you're right. But when you leverage these type of data management abilities, you can, from the, I call it the lowest common denominator, the storage, you can actually help the business do what they need to do. In my case and many other basis cases, it's reacting to an issue. The other issue that Dave says, projects need training and testing. Revert back to baseline, do the data load again. It's not that good. You know what? It's not a big deal. It's a snapshot and we can revert back to baseline again. Do the data load again because I don't want my production system having garbage data in there because that just means trouble for me. And my job as a basis administrator is to make sure that system's 24/7, 365 and performing. And if you give me data management abilities, that's really what it comes down to. The other question earlier
yeah, Brian, and it's running on Azure NetApp files, so we're
ANF
taking instant snapshots of the whole database, and you can either revert back to them or clone them off to new sandbox
volumes. Why would I use one over the other? Why would
it's
I
all
use,
integrated with
why
the
wouldn't
SAP
I just use the Azure native offering?
HBS
and honestly,
software.
They work. You
or
can't
HD,
do these type of data management features that if you
remember what
speak with a
called.
basis
HDR.
person and you show them, doesn't matter what size the
I don't
database
remember.
is.
I don't know all my
they
HANA
go,
acronyms.
That is something I hopefully will never have to use, but I know I will have to use it sometime in my future.
So Scott, I don't want to interrupt you. I do have a time check, right?
No,
so
no, that's good. I'm good. Go ahead.
We got 3:24. I don't know if you want to try to get back in your RDP session or not.
No, it's just the restore. I mean, the important thing was showing how you could take an application consistent picture. The other part was basically just doing a restore. But this is more important with our last couple minutes.
Okay, so I just wanted to wrap up here and I'll turn it back over to Niraj and Jeff if there's any closing comments that they want. But I wanted to highlight, so with COVID-19 and with all the brouhaha and with all the shows getting canceled and turned into virtual events, the first one that we were actively participated in from NetApp's perspective was SAP Sapphire, which was scheduled for early June in Orlando. And what we did was we put together a virtual booth. In this virtual booth, you can see the address up on the screen. I suggest take a picture or copy down that address. Go check it out. It is a really cool, really nice experience. You feel like you're walking into a booth. There's different rooms to go into. There's a trivia contest. I think it's still active. I'm not sure. You can't win it anymore. We already gave away the gift card. But we left it. We leased this booth for a year. So we are going to continue to update the information. So when things come out from the CVS group, right, from Jeff and Niraj, and we start seeing demos when Scott gets a lab set up with GCP and does the same thing with their console and their workspace manager. When we do all of that, we will get recordings of it. We will have TRs, tech reports, we'll have documentation, and we are going to deposit it into this booth, right? So, we're even going to look at joint branding within the booth, right? Having pods within the booth where you could go in and look at the different avenues of how you can consume our technology. So with that, I'll be quiet. I'm going to go on mute. I'll turn it back over to Jeff and or Niraj or Steve.
Thanks, Dave. I'll wrap up here and turn it over back to Stephen. Thank you so much for the time that you spent with us today. We've walked through a lot, I know.
So to put it in perspective, a lot of what we just watched,
from the high to the down in the
I can tell you guys that I remember very vividly the first time I showed our Oracle DBAs that with what you just saw, I could take their backup time windows from 8 hours to 58 seconds.
For all those watching, Scott,
their heads exploded.
First, not last at
they got back 8 hours, 7 hours.
If you have questions
8 hours.
or comments, insights,
it's real.
Welcome those.
And I've been doing it. I was doing it for 10 years ago.
Thanks, Niraj. Thanks, Dave, as well, for your leadership in putting together the SCP. Back to you, Stephen.
Thanks a lot. It's great to have you. NetApp, thank you very much for joining us here at Cloud Field Day. Those of you who don't know, NetApp has been a very frequent and popular presenter at Tech Field Day over the years. If you are interested in diving into more about these, we've actually had quite a lot of coverage over the years of NetApp cloud volumes and data fabric and overall NetApp strategy. And you can find all those videos on our YouTube channel, just YouTube/TechFieldDay, as well as our website. If you go to techfieldday.com and you click on any NetApp logo that you see, it should take you to a list of previous presentations.
Well,
and
you're
videos.
a lot older than I am, Dan.
All of these sessions are recorded and will be posted to our YouTube channel and on our website
saying when
just
I
as
was
soon as
doing
we
it.
possibly can. We will have
We're not breaking any
the
new ground
videos
here, is
from
the point.
yesterday posted soon. As I mentioned earlier, the first 2 sessions of 4 have already
Everybody's
been
all
posted.
lit up about,
So
oh my
you
God,
can,
SAP
watch
in the
those if you
cloud.
missed any of that. Also,
the
thank you
underlying
very much
administrative
to the folks who
functionality
joined
has
us on
been there
Twitter
for
and the folks who joined us
decades.
on LinkedIn and the live viewing party. We
Hi,
got
Steven.
There's people everywhere watching this thing. So we had good hundreds of people watching on the NetApp LinkedIn channel, which is pretty cool. We've never tried to do live streaming to LinkedIn. Maybe we'll try it again in the future. So we do plan to be back in just about a half an hour. So please do maybe get yourself a cup of coffee, maybe go relax a little bit and tune back in here. And hopefully we'll be back in about a half an hour with more from Cloud Field Day. Prime Image, go ahead and take down the stream.
All right. So there we go, guys. There's NetApp. If you want to hang out for a few minutes, I got a little bit of stuff to say. I want to make sure that it's clear. Oh, can I use my fancy new camera angle? Yes, I can, but I got to move I keep having to move this because it's not. Hang on. Okay. That doesn't look too bad, but I kind of want to move it up a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it looks nice. I like that. So at the end of the day, like I've been saying, this is not new technology. This is stuff we've been doing for a long time, and I think the story goes, we were virtualizing everything. We were almost all of my servers, 1,000+ servers, were virtualized, and I had the big boys left. I had Exchange, I had Oracle, I had Dynamics, which is basically just a giant SQL and MS SQL instance, and we had an old AS400 AIX box that we were never going to virtualize because you just can't. So I got Exchange done, and Dynamics was such a big beast, I didn't want to break the financials of the company. So I went after Oracle next, and it was about an 18-month project. And what I had to prove first was that I could virtualize it efficiently and successfully. The problem was it was running on, this is a throwback for you old dudes out there, Sun Spark V880s. The big 18U refrigerator things. So that's what I started with. And it was running DataGuard and RMAN and all kinds of stuff. And they had 2 of them side by side. And they had one Hitachi Thunderbolt DAS fiber channel attached to the V880s, right? So that's what I was starting with. My Spark-based, not virtualizable, right? we're talking about 2008, 2009 here. So they had these for years, and I avoided them like the plague. I didn't want to touch them. They were on their own network, so that if I had to do scheduled downtime, they were not affected. Like, those were off limits. So and the DBAs themselves were their own beast, infrastructure aside, because I had to convince them to move to x86 versions of Oracle. So that was a big deal, right? So what I did was I worked with one of the more open-minded DBA consultants, and we got two, I think they were HP DL380, the 2U, 2 CPU boxes, and I got two of those, and I put them into their own vCenter cluster, and I installed ESX. I believe it was version 4 something, because we were going to use NFS, so I think it was beyond version 4. So in vCenter, it was its own cluster of 2 ESX hosts. They were DL380s. And then I created one VM. Those 2 DL380s ran one VM, and I made it the biggest VM I possibly could, which I think was like 16 cores or something like that at the time. And I threw as much memory as I could at it, which was at least 2/3 of the memory of each host. I forget what it was. And we ran it, and I got the Oracle DBA to make me a copy of the production Oracle database. Helped me get Oracle installed, set up, running, map the drive mounts and everything the same. And what we did was mimic what was on the Hitachi DAS appliance over to one of the newer NetApp arrays that we had using NFS, right? So we installed Oracle, I think it was 10G. Oracle 10G is what we were working with. And at the time, they were also coming out with their DNFS, that's what it was. They were coming out with that. So you could basically build a tab file of all of the IP addresses that you could possibly go out of, all of the interfaces off the back of the servers. So you had multiple ins and outs. This was all 10 gigabit Ethernet as well. So all of this stuff came out. Here we are, x86 hosts with running ESX. We had Oracle 10G, the x86 version, running on Red Hat Enterprise. No, actually it was the Oracle Linux, because they came out with their own one, their own fork, if you guys remember that, around that time frame. So we were running the Oracle Linux, and we were running, it was ESX with vCenter, Oracle 10G on their version of Linux, so we could get the support contracts, and that also circumvented some of the support issues that you would get in a typical VMware environment. They were a little bit more friendly when you were using their Linux, right? So the last thing that I needed, once everything was installed, I had a blank slate. I needed a copy of the production database. So what we did was we went and got, the DBA was very nice to take one of the backups from within the previous 2 or 3 days and help me restore it and roll the logs forward. So here we are, we've got a running version of our giant 2 terabyte Oracle database that is coming in over 10 gig Ethernet, mounted over NFS v3 to Oracle 10G, virtualized. And the first thing we did was set up Snap Manager for Oracle and test the backup windows. Now, their expectations going into this were, I knew that the RMAN and DataGuard jobs and whatever other batch processing that they ran took 8 hours. So they had this series of cron jobs that would batch process, then RMAN, then DataGuard. I believe was the order it went through. 8 hours every single night. What we figured out how to do was, because now that we had more now those old SunSpark V880s were showing their age. So all of a sudden you've got these new x86 multi-core hyper-threaded CPUs that you can just, it'll run circles around those old Spark chips, right? Almost 10 years old. So now you've got all of this horsepower. The batch processing took about 15 minutes. After that, we called Snap Manager for Oracle with a command line, and it basically took a snapshot of the database, and we were expecting it to take a few hours. What happened next blew us away. It took 58 seconds. 58 seconds to properly quiesce, alter database open, snapshot, alter database closed. I've got my backup. And then what happens on the NetApp takes over from there. So then it gets mirrored off-site, and then it gets snap vaulted to a tertiary location, cascade style. So all of this, all of the stuff you saw today is all fancy and shiny and new and hot because SAP HANA, oh my God, in the cloud. But I want you guys to realize that this is the stuff that we've been doing for more than a decade, if not 2 decades. The ability to acquiesce or quiesce tier 1 applications. And you know what I did the next day? I went out and I bought licenses for Snap Manager for Exchange. And what was the other one we were looking at? SQL Server. Literally like that. It was so funny. We went and told the VP that ran the application team, and keep in mind, this is a public healthcare organization that we're doing all of this sort of experimentation in with production copies of the database. Right? So, and this is one of the reasons that I ended up going to VMworld, it was Oracle Open World on behalf of VMware in 2010 to tell this story. VMware brought me to the booth was to say Oracle on VMware. Yes, you can. So I always love telling that story because it really hits home why all of the things that people think that backup is so tied to the application. It is to an extent, but it's really not. You can offload that. The application only needs to do what it needs to do to quiesce the data, but once we've got a picture of that, bang, we can move it over. The problem in the past is that the facilities outside of NetApp snapshots style has been so copy on write that you have to make full copies of stuff in order to get fulls plus incrementals. Well, if you've got a baseline, if you've got an initialized mirror, you only need incrementals forever. And we've seen a lot of other companies come along and take on that same kind of mantra. So it's the beauty of it. To round this story off, the hardest part was getting the DBA or the Oracle leadership team and the app dev leadership team to believe it. So what I did was I went and nuked the database to prove it to them. I nuked the database, just select star, deleted all the tables in the database. Took about 30 seconds. And then I went and opened up Snap Manager for Oracle, pointed at the snapshot, hit restore, watched the little progress meter go, and then I said, okay, cool, go do a SQL query and pull all the tables down. And it did it. And it took about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. So y'all can keep running your batch jobs. Y'all can keep running your backup stuff and all the da-da-da-da. It's no joke. It's for reals. It is absolutely for reals. So now we've brought that functionality. Now I can tell that story to someone that's running these giant, massive tier 1 applications in the cloud. And with the confidence of the way that I just told the story of, yeah, we can do that exact same thing. It's just a snapshot. The important part is being able to quiesce the application. And we've pretty much mastered that with Snap Center. Snap Center is the evolution of all of the various Snap Manager for X tools that we've had over the last 15 years or so. So come on in. Come play with it. It's a good time. Let's see. Thanks for joining us, guys. We are going to jump back over to Discord. If you're interested in seeing the last presentation for today, it's going to be on Fortinet. We are going to stream that over in the Discord channel, not here on YouTube. But thanks, everybody, for joining today. This was a blast. Morpheus Data knocked it out of the park. Niraj and Jeff and Scott and Dave all just knocked it out of the park for NetApp. Fantastic job, everybody. But we'll see you guys back over in the Discord. One last time, throw a link to that in the chat here for you guys. Come over and join us. We'll be live streaming the rest of it and chatting over there. But thanks for joining. For those of you that are interested, we'll be back live streaming tomorrow, just doing a tech stream, maybe some content creation, maybe some video editing, all kinds of good stuff right here. Or actually over on YouTube. I can't keep everything straight. We're going to be doing that over on Twitch. I'm trying to migrate everything back over to Twitch because the streaming experience over here leaves a little bit to be desired still. So for the regular streams and everything throughout each and every week, we'll be over on Twitch. But we'll play games, we'll do some tech stuff, we'll do all kinds of fun stuff. So make sure you're following over there. But thanks for hanging out, guys. It's been a blast. We'll see you over in Discord in a little bit. If I can get my mouse over here. Take care, guys.